Okay, good morning, brothers and sisters. I'm honored to be here to be part of this gathering as we invite the presence of the Lord. I would ask kindly the band to face this side. Okay, face this side, please. We are going to open the prayer with the hymn, which will be projected on the screens. If you know it, we can sing together. I have heard my people my heart will say, so high, I'll make darkness rise, prepare my light to them. Whom shall I send? Here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord? In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. This prayer is collaborative in the sense that we participate in the prayer. It has three parts. And the first part, there is the section for the leader, and the other one for all of us. And there will be a gospel passage and a short reflection, and then the last part, which is almost similar to the first part. Our help is in the name of the Lord. Lord, come, Holy Spirit, live within our lives and strengthen us by your love. Send forth your Spirit, and new life will be created. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Let us reflect on the words of our Lord Jesus Christ, recalling his unity and presence among us. For he says, where two or three are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. Let us listen to the gospel passage according to St. Mark, chapter 1, verses 21 to 28. Jesus entered the synagogue on the Sabbath and began to teach. The people were spellbound by his teaching, because he taught with authority and not like the scribes. There appeared in the synagogue a man with an unclean spirit that shrieked, "What do you want of us, Jesus of Nazareth? Have you come to destroy us? I know who you are, the Holy One of God." Jesus rebuked him sharply. "Be quiet, come out of the man." At that, the unclean spirit convulsed the man violently, and with a loud shriek came out of him. All who looked were amazed. They began to ask one another, "What does this mean?" A completely new teaching in a spirit of authority. He gives orders to unclean spirits, and they obey him. From that point on, his reputation spread throughout the surrounding region of Galilee. From that point on, they remembered and told the story, and his reputation spread throughout the surrounding region of Galilee. Remember. Remember is a word that is often on our lips when we pray and when we speak to our friends. Sometimes we also feel ourselves to be better people when we remember the goodness of others to us. Their generosity, their unselfishness, their tenderness, their thoughtfulness. This word, remember, is important. For Jesus has also done great things for us. The little word, remember, is at the heart of our greatest prayer, the Mass. And the Mass is the great prayer in which, along with Jesus, we ask God the Father to remember the life, sufferings, death, and resurrection of his only Son. Christians gather together and offer Mass, renewing again and again the great act of remembering, while at the same time making present again the offering that Jesus made himself on the cross. In doing so, we are bringing down upon the entire world, whether we know it or not, an unaccountable number of graces, favors, and blessings. Every day we hear some frightening things about the cruelty and wickedness of this world. Always remember that there is no grace, no joy, no good thing in this world that has not come to us through Jesus Christ. Christ, who came to serve and not to be served, teach us how to serve. Christ, healer of hearts. Christ, maker of peace. Christ, the light of life. The Lord be with you. And may Almighty God bless you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father Karao, for that. It's always good our meetings in the presence of the Lord. Now, I'll request us to remain upstanding. The band is going to play the national anthem. So the band is going to play one more song before they leave the stage. Karibu. Thank you very much. That band is from Kwetu, Home of Peace. It's being run by one of the Tangaza alumni, and we are always proud of them. Yeah, before we start, I just want us, if you know you are seated and there's an empty seat before you, just make that move, just move forward. If you're seated at the back and there's an empty empty seat in front of you, kindly just move. Thank you for those who are moving. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, just some housekeeping rules. Welcome to Tangaza University College. This is the main hall where we'll be conducting our conference for the next 2 days. Okay? So our washrooms are on both ends of the building. So we for gents and ladies on your left, you just walk through this door. They are there. And you can also use this door. We have other washrooms here. Okay? We normally call them the executive chambers of release. Yeah? So feel free to visit them. Also, you can ask our ushers in case of any other questions that you have, feel free. Tangaza University is an institution for higher learning, and currently most of our students are on long holidays, but we have some of the students who are still doing their trimester. So be mindful that we also have other students in class as you move around, especially on the other side of the building. Karibuni sana. We want to start on a lighter note. Yeah? I can see some of us, we are very stiff. Yeah? So we want to start on a lighter note. Okay, grab a neighbor, grab a partner. Make sure you're 2 by 2. Grab a partner, 2 by 2. Yeah, behind there. Get someone there. 2 by 2, make sure you're 2 by 2. Yeah, ask your partner's name, where they come from, and how they feel this morning. How are they feeling? I think I should come down here. How are they feeling? They are great. How are they feeling? Great. So we want to do a very simple exercise with your partner, okay? A very simple exercise, okay? It's very simple. It's called 1, 2, 3. Say 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Those are the basics, when you are learning numbers. Okay, so among you two, you'll choose who is going to start. So if I say 1, your partner will say 2. Then you'll say 3. Then back to your partner, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Simple, right? Let's go. Somebody's going to fall. Others are saying 1 together. 1, 1. Simple. 1, 2, 3. Okay? So I want to make it a little bit. Thank you. All right. So I want to make it a little bit. I'm being told that I should stick to the camera. Okay. I'm walking around. So I want to make it a little bit harder for you. So we are going to replace the 1 with a clap. So it will be 2, 3. 2, 3. Okay. You decide who is going to start. Okay. All right. Let's go. All right, all right. Now we are going to the advanced level. So we are going to replace the 2. Okay? So we are going to replace the 2 by doing like, okay? So it will be 3. 3. Okay. Decide who is going to start. Coordination, Awesome, awesome. Now to the PhD level.
We started with the bachelor's, master's, now we're at the PhD level. We are going to replace the 3 with a scare. Okay, so it will be, okay, let's go. Thank you. Actually, some of you don't need audition to act a horror movie. So welcome to this second annual conference on service learning. We are very privileged and we are very happy to see you here. We also thank our online, some of us, we have many people who are joining us online. Our online viewers, we also thank you, feel at home. All right, so I want to recognize those people who are in the room. So I'd like first to recognize the Acting Vice Chancellor of Tangaza University, Father Dr. Leo Mwenda, who also doubles up as a DVC Finance and Administration designate. Also, we thank the DVC designate of, we also recognize the DVC academics, Sister Professor Jacinta Adhiambo, the Universitate Global Program Coordinator, Professor Maria Rosa Tapia, the Universitate Regional Hubs Coordinator, Professor Candelaria Ferreira, the Universitate Global Research Coordinator, Professor Maria Alejandra Herrero, the Director and the Chief Officer, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, Professor Charles Ongondo, whom we expect he will be arriving soon. The Universitate Sounding Board Representative for Africa, Dr. Beatrice Bowman. We also have our supported institutions coordinators. In our hub, we have different institutions that form part of us. So we have University of Kisubi in Uganda. These ones, I'll tell them to stand because we'll not have another chance to see them on stage. So we have University of Kisubi in Uganda. So the team from Uganda, just stand up and wave. Those are our brothers from Uganda. Karibuni sana. We have a team from Mwenge Catholic University in Tanzania. Wa Tanzania, ndugu zetu simameni tafadhali. That's the team from Tanzania. We have a team from Loyola University of Congo in Democratic Republic of Congo. Loyola University, there they are. Also, we have other representatives and student leaders from various universities around. So we want to recognize the presence of Dalmas Odhiambo. Dalmas Odhiambo is a student president at African Nazarene University. Dalmas, let's give a clap to, service learning is all about students, student-centered. We also have Dennis Kariuki. Dennis Kariuki is the president emeritus and is also the CASA governor from African Nazarene University. Dennis Kariuki. Thank you very much for attending. We also have Isabella Wadure. Isabella Wadure is a student leader at Tangaza University, Huruma, Tangaza University Mtaani in Huruma. Let's see you. Isabella, just stand up. Yeah, yesterday we had some guests who went to visit University Mtaani. Thank you for being here. We have Abdurrahman Ibrahim. Abdurrahman Ibrahim is from the Cooperative University as a campus president. He's a campus university president from Cooperative. Let's give a clap to Abdurrahman. We also have somebody from Mount Kenya University. He's the Outreach Coordinator Congress, Edwin Ochieng. The only man with 2 names, same names, Ochieng. Welcome, Ochieng. We also have Patricia Kamene. Patricia Kamene is our Vice President of TANSA at Tangaza University. Where is Kamene? Kamene, oh, let's give a clap to Kamene. Thank you, Patricia. And everybody else who is joining us online. One of our institutions could not join us, and it's the Catholic University of Central Africa in Cameroon, but they've joined us online. They were not able to make it here physically. Having said that, I want us now to go straight to our program, and we will have our opening remarks from none other than Reverend Dr. Leo Simon, who is the acting VC designate for Tangaza University College. So welcome, Father Reverend.
You look great, people. Good morning. Thank you. The Universitate Global Program Coordinator, Professor Maria Rosa Tapia, the Universitate Region Hub Coordinator, Professor Candelaria Ferrara, the Universitate Global Research Coordinator, Professor Maria Alejandro Herrero, the Director and Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, Professor Charles Ogongo, in absentia. I believe we should be joining us soon. The Director General, National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTA, Professor Walter Oyawa, the Universitate Sounding Board Representative for Africa, Dr. Beatrice Bowman, our supported institution coordinators, Catholic University of Central Africa, Cameroon, University of Kisubi, Uganda, Mwenge Catholic University, Tanzania, Loyola University, Congo in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, our very own Tangaza College fraternity, faculty members, students, non-teaching staff, our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with profound humility that I welcome you to this historic event, the second annual Africa Conference on Service Learning 2023. On behalf of the host, Tangaza University College, I welcome you. The realization of this conference is a testimony to the great milestones the African Hub of Service Learning has made to insert service learning as a teaching method in our Catholic universities. The goal of this insertion of service learning methodology in Catholic higher education institutions is to integrate service learning into our academic programs and our curriculum to the extent that every course we teach aims at finding solutions to human needs and questions. Service learning, therefore, is not to be seen as optional or an extracurricular activity. This program of championing service learning aims to generate a systemic change in Catholic higher education institutions. Service learning method gets institutionalized as a tool towards the mission of integral education and to produce transformative agents for social change. Service learning seeks to operationalize the principles of Catholic social doctrine so as to build a better society for everyone, or what the Catholic Church calls a civilization of love. There are 33 higher education institutions around the world participating in the service learning program. Here in Africa, Tangaza University College is the hub for Africa in Matters service learning, whose mandate is to oversee the functioning, growth, and development of service learning in the continent. The four other universities that constitute the African hub are the University of Kisubi in Uganda, we have seen them, the Catholic University of Central Africa, Cameroon, Mwenge Catholic University in Tanzania, we have seen them, and the Loyola University in DRC Congo. For us at Tangaza University College, the service learning method allows us to express better our values and mission, which include, but is not limited to, preferential option for the poor, integrity, collaboration, formation of ministerial priesthood, and interreligious dialogue, among others. I would not do well if I overlook expressing our gratitude to our partners in this program. Special thanks to the Porticus Foundation for founding and funding the Universitate program, and the Clays team from Argentina for coordinating and overseeing the running of the program. It is my hope that all the partners will work in synergy to establish and foster growth in the 4 critical components of service learning in our institutions in Africa. That is infrastructure, community partnerships, faculty and students engagement, and reflections on our experiences. By so doing, we will be jointly striving to sincerely achieve the intended goal of service learning, which is sustainable integral education in our society. And moving forward, we get committed as a region to organizing joint activities as Africa Hub that portrays unity of purpose. Just as we are here today, gracing this 2nd annual Africa Conference on Service Learning under the theme, Service Learning and Life in its Fullness, promoting care for creation and fraternity in higher education. May God bless you all and bless the African Hub of Service Learning as we strive to build a better world for all of us and our posterity. I therefore declare that this 2nd annual African Conference on Service Learning 2023 has officially opened. Clap for yourself. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best in this program of 2 days.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Father Leo, for opening remarks and declaring this conference officially opened. For us to know what we're expecting in this conference, the 2 days conference, I would like to take this opportunity now to welcome Dr. Judith Pete. Dr. Judith Pete is our Regional Coordinator, Service Learning Africa Regional Hub. Let's welcome Dr. Judith.
The acting Vice Chancellor Designate and the DVC Finance and Administration, Tangaza University College, Reverend Dr. Leo Simon, the DVC Academic and Students Affairs, Tangaza University College, Professor Sister Jacinta Adhiambo, the representative of Portucas, our great partners, Christine Bodiwes, the Unisavitate Global Program Coordinator, Professor Maria Tapia Rosa, the Unisavitate Regional Hubs Coordinator, Professor Candelaria Ferrara, the Director and Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, Professor Charles Ongondo, the Director, National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, Professor Walter Oyawa, the Unisavitate Sounding Board Representative for Africa, Dr. Beatrix Bowman, our institutional coordinators from member universities for the Hub, Catholic University of Central Africa in Cameroon, University of Kisubi in Uganda, Mwenge Catholic University in Tanzania, Loyola University in Congo, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Morning once again. Na wasalimu hamjambo. Hola. I am honored today to speak with you about the connection between service learning and life in its fullness, and to frame this day, which is our day 1 of the 2nd Africa Conference on Service Learning. To us, service learning is not just an educational tool. It is a way of life that can help us to live out our values and to make a difference in the world we live in today. As a Catholic institution, we are called to promote the dignity of every person in our midst, to work for justice and peace, and to serve those who are marginalized and vulnerable amongst us. Service learning, therefore, is an essential part of our mission and values that we practice in this institution, and it provides our students with an opportunity to learn and serve others and to work towards the common good. But service learning is not just about doing good deeds. It's about engaging with the world in a way that transforms us and communities we serve. It is about developing a deep sense of dignity and empathy, humility and solidarity with those who are different from us. In doing so, we discover the fullness of life that comes from giving ourselves to others and from recognizing the interconnectedness of all humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, service learning allows us to step out of our comfort zones, to confront our own prejudices and biases, and to expand our understanding of the world and our place in it. Indeed, it makes us to respond to a call, not just but a career. It is also a way of developing the skills and knowledge that are essential for leadership and success in our world today. We talk about and we teach servant leadership. We talk about social transformation, which is our drive. And for this institution, we have a beautiful motto: teaching minds, touching hearts, and transforming lives. That alone speaks loads when it comes to service learning. So through service learning, our students develop critical skills, critical thinking skills, communication skills, and a deep understanding of social issues and problems that surround us in the community today. So then what happens once this is done? We go ahead to respond to real problems in society through service. So it helps our students to develop a sense of purpose and meaning in their lives. Remember, when we serve others, we experience a sense of fulfillment and joy that come right from knowing that we have made a positive impact on the world. Therefore, service learning and life in its fullness is closely intertwined. When we engage in service learning, we not only serve others, but we also discover the richness and fullness of life that comes from giving ourselves to others. As a Catholic institution, we have a unique opportunity and responsibility to promote service learning and to help our students, to help our learners, our researchers, to become leaders and agents of change in the world through creating social impacts. Brothers and sisters, it's now my responsibility to remind you today, the first day of our conference, the second annual Africa Conference on Service Learning, where we are going to learn and share our experiences from different perspectives, from different countries, from different continents, linking the conference theme to real-life situations. Day one of the conference, May 18th, 2023, we are going to talk about and share our experiences and practices on 3 important themes that will take place in 3 major halls in this university. The first sub-theme that we shall talk about, and we shall be sharing our experiences, linking that with the theme of this conference this year, is dignity of creation. The second sub-theme for the day is protection and safeguarding of children and vulnerable adults. Sometimes people ask ourselves, who is a vulnerable adult? Am I a vulnerable adult? Please, today and in this conference at Tangaza University College, you shall understand whether you are vulnerable or not. And the third sub-theme for the day will be youth, technology, and identity in relation to social teachings of the church. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, thank you.
Let's give another round of applause to our regional coordinator, Dr.
Thank you very much. I always thought I was a vulnerable adult, but that breakout session, I need to be there, yeah? With these economic times, you never know. Thank you very much, Judy, for that. When we were organizing this conference, we had a call for papers, okay? So we had a call of papers, and many people participated in writing different papers in conjunction with the different themes that are here in the program. And I know there was a team that worked very hard to go through all those papers from different parts of the world. Yeah? Some were very, very interesting, and it's our hope that going forward, those papers will find themselves somewhere being published. And we had somebody who was leading that team, and it's that person that I want to call right now. He's the Director of Quality Assurance, Tangaza University College, and he was the Chief Reviewer of those papers. So allow me to welcome Dr. Lucy Wakiaga to come and give us a brief of the process they undergone. Thank you very much, and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. To the Acting Vice Chancellor, Father Leo Mwenda, to the DVC academics, Professor Sister Jacinta Adhiambo, Professor Maria Rosa Tapia, General Coordinator, Unisavitate Global Network, plus the other professors. I didn't catch your names quite well, but we acknowledge your presence. Professor Charles Ongondo, in absentia, I don't think he has arrived yet, who is the Director, CEO of KICD. Dr. Judith Pete, Regional Coordinator, Service Learning, Africa Regional Hub. Deans of Schools and Directors of Institutes, Tangaza University College. Colleagues and faculty from the various national and international universities represented here physically and virtually. Students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to share briefly about our process that we used to select abstracts for this conference. Daniel, you know it's very dangerous to give a teacher the microphone, because I can go on and on, but I'll try to be a good student today and try and observe time. So why I'm saying that is because I'm going to take just 2 minutes of your precious time to talk about something that is very dear to my heart and dear to some of the ladies who are here today. But before I talk about that, I just want us to remember 2 things. To keep in mind two things as I share with you about the abstract selection process. One of the things is the unicervitate objective that I found so interesting, and I felt we need to remind ourselves. They have adopted the Catholic higher education institutions' call for academic excellence and community service. So that's one thing I would want you to keep in mind. The other thing is a quote on the Unicervitate's website titled "An Ever-Expanding Global Network" that in part reads, "Each day offers us a new opportunity, a new possibility. We have the space we need for co-responsibility in creating and putting into place new processes and changes." This is a quote by Fratelli Tutti. So this kind of encompasses what I want to share, the two big things I want to share. One about the abstract, and then also about the Doctoral Attaining Women Network, which is a group of women faculty and also PhD and master students here at Tangaza, and also encompasses other institutions. There's a reason why I want to share about them, but I want also to tie that with what has already been mentioned here, was mentioned by Dr. Father Leo, and has also been mentioned by Dr. Pete, about one of the pillars of Tangaza University's college service learning, which is faculty and student engagement. So I'll just focus on the faculty part, but then also it's related to student engagement. So the Doctoral Attaining Women Network is a networking and mentoring group of women faculty from Tangaza University College and collaborating institutions nationally. It was formed in 2018 with a group of only 8 women. It has now grown to over 50 women faculty, PhD students, and master students as well. One of our flagship engagements was a book project that started in 2018 and culminated into the publication of the book titled "Women's Contribution to Higher Education and Social Transformation, Implications for Policy and Praxis from Kenya." This book was published by Springer in April 2022. If you go onto the Springer website, you can find it there. So we are especially proud of this book because of the efforts that went into it. Dawn was recently funded by support from CISP and was able to hold a symposium on April 24th, 2023, to engage faculty and students from within and outside Tangaza in an academic dialogue around the thematic areas of this book. Just a second. The thematic areas of this book. The symposium ended with the launch of the book. And so we are especially proud of this book as Dawn Women because it provides an opportunity for the diverse voices of women faculty within and outside Tangaza to be heard globally in terms of the work they do and the contributions they make in higher education and in society as a whole. Our efforts as Dawn links well with Tangaza University's college service learning piece of faculty engagement, and we look forward to broader engagements that will further enrich TUC's service learning. Now allow me to then move on to the second part of my sharing, which was the abstract review process. So the call for the abstracts went out on February 21st, 2023, and a submission deadline was given for the abstracts, which was March 6th, 2023. After consultation with the Service Learning Regional Hub Africa, the Abstract Review Committee was constituted, with myself as the lead reviewer. The team that I was fortunate to work with was very diverse in terms of gender. We had 5 males and 4 females. In terms of geographical location, we had reviewers from within and outside Kenya. In terms of diversity, in terms of professional specializations, we had faculty from different institutes, different schools. The leadership, we had diversity in leadership. We had program directors as part of the review team. We had also from management or from the administration. We had religious, we had lay persons. So we had quite a diverse representation of in the review committee. So on March 22nd, the review committee received 42 abstracts addressing various areas of the Service Learning Conference sub-themes. The review committee was then divided into 3 groups, and the papers divided equally amongst each of the 3 groups. The committee developed a rubric with criteria for identifying each abstract's suitability for the conference, as well as the appropriate sub-theme. A total of 38 abstracts were accepted, and the criteria was either accept them as is, accept with minor changes, or accept with major changes. And out of those 42, only 4 abstracts were not accepted. The committee reviewed the papers in a week, and decisions were sent to the authors so they would have enough time to complete their full papers. Deadline for submission of full papers was May 2nd. I wish to recognize the review team, and I know some of them are here with us today. We have Dr. Sister Margaret Aringo. Please, could you just stand? Okay. We had Father Kobian Kiara. I don't know if he's here with us today. We have Dr. Alois Ojore. So Dr. Alois is the MA program leader in IST, and Dr. Sister Margaret Aringo is in the School of Education. And then we have Dr. Shem Mwalwa. I don't think he's here with us. We have Miss Mercy Kibe, who's our HR, Tangaza. We have Father Henry Tucholsky. He's the director of IYS. I don't think he's here. We had Etobe Eliane, and then we had Mfonga Cyril Didier. I don't think they are here with us. So in the spirit of co-creating new processes and changes, our aim was to encourage new, different, innovative thoughts as much as possible, as we ensured the abstracts had academic and research rigor. Thus, we availed opportunity for authors with potentially new perspectives to improve on their abstracts. We hope those who are not successful this year will continue to polish up their ideas for next year's conference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's give Dr. Wakiaga another round of applause. So, 2 things. Those people whose abstracts were accepted, remember we'll have a session during the breakout session where you'll be presenting your papers and you'll be receiving some constructive criticism on that. Secondly, I'm very happy that the faculty, women-led faculty, they came together, formed a network, and they actually produced a book. Is that lovely? Isn't it that lovely? Boy child. I will say, like we say it in Kenya, tupatane nyuma ya tent. We have to do something, yeah? Awesome. Right now, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome the keynote speaker of the day, who is none other than Professor Maria Rosa Tapia, who is the General Coordinator of the Unisavitate Global Network. Let's give a round of applause to Professor Maria Rosa Tapia.
Jambo. I'm really happy to be here. I want to thank the authorities of Tangaza University College, Reverend Dr. Leo Simon, the Unisavitate Regional Hub for Africa Coordinator Dr. Judy Pett, well, and many friends that I have met during these days. And as we are transmitting this conference online, I also want to greet all the Uniservitate global community, but particularly I want to celebrate that we have many students attending this conference, because you are our key goal and you are our protagonist in all we do towards service learning. I come from Argentina, from the Latin American Center for Solidarity Service Learning. Our mission is to contribute to the growth of a fraternal and participative culture through the development of solidarity service learning projects. I don't know if you are seeing the presentation, but thank you. Thank you for those who are helping me with the presentation. Through the Uniservitate program, we want to promote a systemic change, as it was mentioned at the beginning of this conference, in mainly Catholic higher education institutions through the institutionalization of service learning, because we are convinced that through service learning we can fulfill the mission of an integral education. Uniservitate program is in already 4th year. In this first stage of the program, we can proudly say that we could build a global network, and as you can see in our logo, it's a polyedric, multicultural, and fraternal network where we put all our head, hands, and hearts in it. And in the meantime, we could celebrate a symposium. We could already produce many publications to develop the knowledge on service learning and the institutionalization in higher education institutions, and also as a way to integrate service learning in the curricula. During these days, we are here with our colleagues from CLAIS and the different members of the Africa Regional Hub. We had the opportunity to meet many projects, and I'm very happy to see many of them here, because we could see what you have been mentioning from Tangaza, that we can see the outcomes of service learning within your institution. We could see the outcomes of teaching minds, touching hearts, and transforming lives in the different organizations and the different experiences we could see. That was really hopeful, because we still know that there are so many challenges that we need to face in our society. Many countries have gathered to state these Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals that we are supposed to reach to 2030. So we might say that we only have 7 years to commit them, but we can say with a hopeful vision that we still have 7 years. And we might say that because we are already seeing many service learning experiences that are addressing these social development goals. And many of them are also global award winners of the Uniservitate project, as some of who are here in this session. For instance, promoting education in the Solomon Islands through the Catholic University of Australia, to promote clean water through nanotechnology from Assam Don Bosco University, to develop learning tools for people with disabilities from universities from Spain, and also from the University of Ukraine in the middle of the war, showing that peace is possible and good alliances are possible, to make the university a global service learning project to prepare the future leaders who will promote peace and rebuild Ukraine. So through these experiences that we are sharing at every gathering, we are seeing that we can promote care for creation and fraternity in higher education through service learning. But let's go a bit deeper on what we understand by service learning. Because for us, service learning can be a methodology, can be a philosophy, but mainly it's a pedagogical approach that look after rigorous academic study. We are talking about educational institutions, higher educational institutions that had to look after quality academic content, but also meaningful community service through reflection. So there are 3 key lines that we need to address whenever we talk about service learning. The first one, we want to promote solidarity activities with the community. But we don't want to do just activities that we think that the community needs. We want to work with the community, as our colleagues of the University of Mutandi does, to really identify which are the concrete needs to address them in a solidarity approach with them. Also, with the active students' participation. Service learning is experiential learning. So we want our students to have meaningful experiences for them to lead the process, the different activities and the projects that they develop at the community. And also, and this is key, that's why we put together service with learning, because that service activities should be linked with the academic content. So let's go deeper in each of them. When we talk about the social mission of the universities, we can read at every university the mission and vision, but how we translate what service is for us. Some of you might not call it service learning. Some of you might talk about community engagement. Some of you can call about outreach, social service, volunteering. I learned a wonderful word here, Harambe, and that might relate you to how to address the community too. So whenever we talk about service learning from our perspective, we would like to add one particular word, because during these days we have heard a lot this quote, better than giving away fish is teaching people how to fish. We know that sometimes we need to address particular needs for people who really need an urgent help. They need the fish because they don't know how to fish, or they don't have a river close to go to look for that fish. So that's why for us we need to promote direct assistance to the emergency. Sometimes we need to deliver goods, sometimes we need to promote certain campaigns for donations, because there are urgent needs that need to be addressed at that very moment. But if we move towards how to fish, we can also exchange knowledge or transfer the knowledge from the university to the community. But our final goal is the whole community development, to really promote local development for them not to need us every day to provide the fish. So I will just share with you an example that I learned from San Don Bosco University in India. They have a very interesting project that they started through a research on the community needs, where they identified higher levels of anemia in the community, and at the same time, through the lab, they identified the nutritious potential of a diet based on mushrooms. So they decided to develop this process based on the research developed with the community to learn together how they could grow mushrooms in their communities for them to become a daily component of their diet. So the students work with the community. They also try to discover which recipes were already being cooked in the community using mushrooms. They also ask the elders in the community to see, are you used to it? What kind of mushrooms were you used to eat or not? What kind of mushrooms can we find in the community? How we can cultivate them? And also, after preparing all this process between the research done within the university and all the knowledge gathered around the community, they could also develop a place where the people from the community could come to the university to be able to grow mushrooms in a safer way. So, as you can see, were the students who went out to the community to talk to the people to learn about this project. They also respect their values according to their traditions regarding the diet, to build, a recipe together, but also to be able for them to grow their own food to recover from anemia. So this is how you can see how all these components start to blend. But now I want to focus on the kind of service that we want to provide to the community. Sometimes we are used to this vertical approach of service where we from the university, we have resources, we have knowledge, we know how to do a lot of things, so we can be great benefactors and we can learn to help. But in the meantime, we might have a community that it's needed, that can't do many things, that doesn't know, that receives with a passive role, and can also learn at the same time to be helped. When we talk about service learning, we like to add the solidarity term, because what do we understand for solidarity? A horizontal approach. Because I think that we know many things, but I'm sure that you all know more things that I know about your community, for instance. During the visits, I learned a lot about your community, your people, how you work there. So we are talking about community that knows but also ignores, a community that has but also needs, a community that gives but can and needs also to receive. So we can both have an active role. We can have empathy and a horizontal approach and a fraternal bond, and in that reflection that we can do together as the meetings that you do in the community when you go and meet them to really understand what is going there. And from that discussion, we can really understand each other and build together a meaningful solution to move forward. And here you can see the difference between the vertical and the horizontal model. We can say we want to give the community, or we can go and say we want to share with you. We can say we are going to do for, or we might say we want to do with. We can address the community in a paternalistic approach, but we can also address the community in a fraternal approach. And we can have this reciprocal learning instead of thinking that because we can study at the university, we already know it all. If not, we will be missing a huge part. So solidarity, we can describe it as encounter, committed and responsible to each other's need, sensitive to injustice and poverty, active and transforming, everyone involved. A spirituality of love built through concrete fraternal service is the most open and plural spirituality a Catholic higher education institution can offer. If we now move to the second feature of service learning, we can talk about youth participation and leadership. And this is the same. We can work with our students just telling, okay, you have to do this, this, and this semester, you will go there, do this. But we can also start moving up the stairs of the participation and also consult them. What are you looking at in your community? What are your challenges? What are you talking with your neighbors that worries you? And what about if we give them this space to turn in proposals to develop service learning projects? What about if we invite them to do so and make them and give them the opportunity to make the decisions on how to address the problems that they identified at the community using the knowledge that they received while they were studying? And what about if we are brave enough as faculty to trust in our students and allow them and share the decisions with them, because many, many times they will have more knowledge of what is really going on in the community than us. We can have children, elders, people with disabilities as the target of our activities. We might invite them to be participants of many activities, but what about if we see them as protagonists? In the pictures, you might be seeing children that are planting native trees after a big fire in a forest in the south of our country. They could do that. Nobody is too young, too old, too poor, too rich. Anybody has two disabilities not to be able to serve. So we can have that in mind whenever we are planning the activities. This is a brief example, because during these days we have visited many places where we could see libraries. And libraries can also be run by children. We can go to the schools to promote that. Teachers also let the children to gather those books or to collect the books that they have already read. And for instance, in this example that was developed in Argentina, a neighbor gave them a chart like they use at the supermarket. They put the books that they had already read. They went to the community to look for more books, and they move around at the school break to share with the neighbors the books that they could read. They would write down in a notebook who would borrow that book, but before they would have read them, so they could recommend, you better read this, you better read that. So in the meantime, they would develop their reading skills, but also sharing it with the community in a very meaningful way, because it would connect them with their neighbors. So it's very cheap, it's very easy, but it's really meaningful. So this is just an example. If they, being so young, can do that, what can we do, you know? So I like this quote very much, because in every young person, a point of goodness is accessible. And it's a primary duty of the educator to discover that sensitive chord of the heart so as to draw out the best of the young person. And that's why we integrate spirituality in service learning, because spirituality gives us the opportunity to decide how to move forward, to decide how we go through our life, to decide how we connect with others. If we go to the third aspect of service learning, it has to be linked with the curricula. Why? Because we talk about this visual circle of articulation between learning and the solidarity service. Because the more we learn, the more tools we have to do a better service. And in the same way, the more we work with the community, the more we connect with the community, with the solidarity approach, it has a strong impact on motivation and on an integral education. That's what we want to promote. We can find the meaning of why we are studying, why we are here. So it's very interesting, the importance to go out to the outskirts, as Pope Francis invited us to go, and to go back and forth from the classroom to the community. In this picture you can see a team of the Catholic University in Cordoba in Argentina from the architecture school. They even build houses for the people of the community, or they prepare the plans that they need to turn in to be able to get better support for the community projects. And let me share this small story that I had the opportunity to experience at the University of Buenos Aires, where they invited me to the final exam of a course on public services and popular neighborhood seminar. Some of you might have some similarities on this project. When I entered the room, I heard someone saying, "Today we are all engineers." And to be honest, not everyone looked as an engineer, but they felt like that. So the activity started, and it was a final presentation of several groups. So a group came to the front and started sharing a presentation. I hope you can see the picture there. So they were presenting a presentation on technical diagnosis of the conditions of the habitat and the public space and of the sanitary, electrical, and pluvial infrastructure. So how they developed this project? They went out to the community. They invited the neighbors to participate in a survey to learn which were the sanitary conditions, the electricity, the plumbing of their houses. So they will provide the information for them to learn which were the real conditions of their housing. They move along the community. They also gather some partners in the local high school for the students also to be part of this survey, and then went back to class to complete the presentation. And what I really like is a lady that you can see on the bottom, on your bottom right, displaying a timeline of the neighborhood, because she had been living there since almost the beginning, and she was the one who really knew what had happened in the neighborhood and why they were living in those conditions. So the student taught her to build this timeline with her knowledge. What was really interesting also is that the group that was doing the presentation was not formed just by the students. There was people from the community, people from the county, and also in the room was someone from the water company that was quite being criticized for some conditions that they had found in the neighborhood. But he was also there explaining his vision and also promoting some solutions after what he was listening. To be able to do this, there's a lot of walking. There's a lot of reflection together. Many of you might know that very well because you are doing some similar things, but this is the kind of service learning projects that we want to promote, because the students of this course had to learn a lot about, for example, the legislation about the electricity, the water, how to build, and to provide advice to the people in the community how they had to build their houses or how they could improve their houses. But in the meantime, building bridges with the other partners of the community. In a quite recent publication of UNESCO, Reimagining Our Future Together, we need to be together in this for a new social contract for education, they quote, "Service learning and community engagement soften the walls between classroom and community, challenge students' assumptions, and connect them with broader systems, processes, and experiences beyond their own experiences." This precisely is the beauty of service learning pedagogy, because addressing the concrete situations and problems around our campuses, establishing community-based knowledge networks, and finding solutions together. That's why we celebrate that we here have authorities, we have faculties, we have students, we have community partners, we have partners of the global network here or online, because we need to gather all, we need to build this ecosystem to grow this global network. So focusing again on this transformative pedagogy, we have already proved through many service learning experiences that the classroom expands to include new learning spaces located in real context. The curriculum is enriched with inputs from reality, new questions, new challenges, new inquiries, new learning. The cognitive conflict that we promote in the students when they are facing these situations stimulates their learning. I need to learn more to solve real-world problems than just to pass an exam. Knowledge is developed through the confrontation of different interpretations of the same phenomenon. I can see something from my point of view, and I'm sure you're seeing it from a very different point of view. We need to change seats or sit together in both sides to understand what is really happening. And what is something key, the educator and learner born is strengthened, because I, as a professor, need to trust in you, in your power, in your energy, in your commitment, and as I hope that you will be able to trust in your faculty. It has been great during these days to meet faculties that are really committed and through their own experience are giving meaningful lessons on how to really be solidary. So, where to start? Because I've been talking a lot, but the thing is now we need to, as we say in soccer, it's great to draw the field, but now we need to go out to the field and play. Many of you are already doing meaningful things, so don't try to reinvent the wheel. Go and talk to your colleagues. What are you doing in the community? Have you ever done something similar to what we want to achieve with the community? Are you connecting with other organizations? You have already a meaningful network of organizations where alumni from Tangaza are already working, and you might talk to them. How did you do it? What can we do for your organization? What are your needs that we can address from the university? We also can address the needs of our community and its stakeholders. Talk to them, ask them what they need, and then see what you can respond from your place in the community, in the university. Integrate it with the knowledge and the skills we teach. I will try to move very quickly for this, but I think it's important to review it. Whenever we talk about service learning, we want to get the best service with the best learning. But sometimes we can go out, for example, with a field trip to learn about the community for a research, and it's a good activity that we plan from the learning point of view, but it ends in a meaningful paper that we write, that we publish, but sometimes nobody reads or does not go back to the community to help them address what we have discovered. It has a clear learning goal, but not services planned. On the other side, sometimes there can be a lot of climate situations or many challenging things that will need our urgent assistance. We need to go out to help the people who is flooded, who had a fire, to give them the goods that they need to solve that particular problem. But what about if that happens again? Not always, we can always be running there. It's a good service, but it's not a long-term service. If we go up, we can identify many very interesting institutional projects. Like, this, we call it a roof for my country. It's a project where students go to build houses in the community, but they might be law students, education students, theology students, with a very commitment, volunteering approach in an institutionalized project, but it's not related with their academic courses, or the faculty has no idea that they are doing that during the weekend. But what about if we integrate a meaningful activity where we can have a meaningful learning, but provide and work with the community in a meaningful way? And let me share with you this experience of the University of Buenos Aires, where they have this track where they go around rural communities to provide dental health to the people in the community. So they had done this research to identify the communities who need health assistance because they don't have in the region that opportunity. So they applied their learning while they provide the dental health to the people there. But what is interesting here, they not only apply their learning, they provide a meaningful assistance to the community, but they work with them to identify what other needs they have that they can be addressed. To do that, they don't only work from the odontology faculty. Sometimes they work with people with the psychology department or the communication department to identify that, for instance, in a native community, they might work on communication issues for them to access to better facilities, or they identify different things that can be approached by other departments that can be integrated in this project. So, just finishing with this presentation, I just want to remember the key thing that I mentioned about spirituality. Service learning practices can not only integrate the key pillars that we have in the university: research, teaching, and outreach, or they can also help us bridge the gap between theory and practice. the other day we were listening to one of the students that she was saying, when I study education, but only when I go to the community and I put the theory into practice. But in the framework of Catholic higher education, they can also help us to develop an authentically integral education, to bond faith and life, and to nurture a spirituality open to all beliefs, centered on concrete love for the most vulnerable brothers and sisters. And as Pope Francis reminds us, we are not going to change the world if we don't change education. So we need a new social contract for education to repair injustices while we are transforming the future. And in the meantime, remember that for the final exam, we will just be evaluated on how much we love our brothers and sisters. So thank you so much for your attention. I hope that you will be able to keep learning with us on how to develop service learning initiatives. You will be able to access to all our resources through our website. And of course, we are invited to our international conference that we will be held. It will be held in Buenos Aires in August. It will be also transmitted online. So whether in face-to-face or virtually, we hope you will be able to attend it. So thank you. Asante. Gracias.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Maria Tapia, for enlightening us on matters service learning. Have we learned something? Have we learned something? Tell your neighbor one thing that you've learned. Great, great, great. I can see we learned something. That was a lovely presentation, Maria. Thank you very much. Turn again to your neighbor.
Tell your neighbor your first name. First name, man. First name. Your first name starts with which letter? Tell your neighbor the letter of your first name. The first letter of your first name. Yeah? You got the letter. Awesome. I want you to give your neighbor an adjective. Yeah? An adjective using that first letter. For example, if I was your neighbor and my name is Daniel, of course you'll say dedicated Daniel. Yeah? Or which adjective will you give me? Yeah? Dangerous. Brother Tom, I forgive you. Dangerous Daniel. Give your neighbor an adjective. By now I know you know your neighbor, so give an adjective that describes that neighbor. And you know, funny enough, there's always a positive and a negative adjective using that letter, yeah? Like you've had, I'm dedicated Daniel, but I'm also dangerous Daniel. So if it's a S, yeah, which adjective starts with an S? Super, yeah? Super Sarah. What is the negative of S? Yeah? Stressful. Awesome. That's lovely. So what we are going to do, I know the guest is still coming, okay? So, but we are going to jump into the next session. Hopefully, when he gets us during the panel session, he will join in. Yeah, let me get some communication here. Awesome. Okay, let's give a clap to this guy. Nick, stand. How many knows this person? How many knows by a show of hand? Okay, how many have seen him somewhere? I want him to introduce himself very fast. He's my co-MC, yeah? So say hi to the crowd.
Good morning, everyone. I thought I'm famous. I'm just surprised to see some few people raising their hands here. My name is Nicholas Ochieng-Oduor. I'm a faculty member at Tangaza University College. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Nicholas will be taking us through, after I finish this session, he will be our MC in the next session. So we want to jump straight to our panel session.
We have an interesting discussion. Yeah, it's a discussion on service learning and life in its fullness. And to take us through that session, it will be conducted by our moderator, who is Brother Professor Paulos Mesma. So Professor Paulos Mesma, FSC, is a De La Salle Christian brother who has extensive experience as an educator and educational administrator. He has taught and continues to teach from undergraduate to PhD levels. He has worked as high school principal for several years. He has served and continues to serve as the director of Christ the Teacher Institute for Education, CTIE, since the year 2003. Since 2016, he has also held the position of the Dean of the School of Education at Tangaza University College. Brother Paulos earned his first doctorate degree in organization and leadership from the University of San Francisco in the US, a second doctorate degree in clinical psychology from California Southern University, still in the US, and a master's, an MA and a BA degrees from St. Mary's University in Minnesota in US. Brother Paulos is an associate professor of education. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a clap as we welcome Brother Professor Paulos to the stage. Professor Paulos will be joined by a group of panelists. I will request Professor Maria Tapia to join the stage. Professor Maria Tapia is the General Coordinator in Savitate Global Network. I'll also ask Professor Maria Alejandra Herrero to join the stage. Professor Maria Herrero to join the stage. Professor Maria Alejandra is a PhD researcher and consultant professor in environmental issues, particularly in water quality and community-based research. CLAY's ex-president from the year 2006 to 2017, and higher education consultant and trainer for CLAY's in Argentina. He has won National Award for Service Learning Practices in Higher Education in 2004. Let's give a clap to Maria Alejandra. Last but not least, to join the panel is our own sister, Professor Jacinta M. Adhiambo, the DVC designate, DVC Academics and Student Affairs designate. So I'll ask the control, kindly avail all the mics to the moderators and the panelists. We have enough mics. Okay. Okay, welcome, Paulos.
Thank you very much. I myself now blessed among the women. Good morning, everyone. This is a fantastic opportunity for us to learn about service learning. I learned about service learning when I was in grade 2. In a science class, our educator on those days, I don't even remember the face or the name of the teacher, but he taught us about army worms, if people are aware about army worms. And what he taught us was how to protect your farm from army worms. So our farm was to be invaded by army worms, and I told my father what we can do to protect our farm from the armyworms. And what we did was we put a small narrow trench around the farm and we're able to protect our farm. That is education in action, something that I remember since I was in grade 2. That's the power and meaning of service learning. The second one was about 15 years ago, a brother by the name of Brother Finbar Murphy. He was an educator in Africa for 40 years, was working in Tangaza, and he was training untrained teachers in the slums of Nairobi, in the informal settlements of Nairobi, to train teachers. And 15 years ago, he said he came with a theme: the university goes to Kibera. The university, Tangaza, goes to Kibera. And through that program, Brother Finbar Murphy was able to educate about 50 students from Kibera with full scholarship. That's really the service learning in action. We have seen wonderful examples from the presentation of Professor Maria Rosa Tapia. It was really wonderful for me to hear how service learning is being practiced, particularly in South America. South America comes with a lot of great ideas. The curriculum of the oppressed also came from South America, putting the Bible into teaching and learning. So we are so fortunate to have two professors in here in front of us, all the way from South America. I know Professor Maria is from Argentina, and Professor Alejandra is also from Argentina. So Argentina does not only produce Messi and the great sports people, but it has also brought us now two great educators from Argentina. Education without service learning is not meaningful. It misses something extremely important aspect of teaching and learning. And I was wondering while sitting there, why did it take us so long to really make the connection between education and service learning? For sure it has been around, has been taking place, but we never gave it the meaning and the attention that has taken place. So I think we are very fortunate enough to have our three professors in here to share with us, discuss, address some important and pertinent information and knowledge regarding service learning. I have some questions for them that I will direct, and then they will elaborate further on them. But beyond my questions, I also want our audience to participate in giving some key important questions for us, so that we will deepen our understanding of what service learning is all about. So the first question I have as a question to help us to deepen our understanding of service learning is, I will forward it to Professor Rosa Tapia. And the question I have is, how does your institute connect service learning into the national curriculum, if any? I understand connecting service learning into a national curriculum is not easy. So how is it connected, if any, if it is connected? And what are some of the key benefits of creating a connection between service learning and the national curriculum? And the question that will be related to that one is, okay, if service learning is part and parcel of the national curriculum, how do you incorporate it as a learning objective in the teaching and learning process? Because becoming and making it part of the national curriculum is not enough unless it is incorporated into the learning objectives, which will include civic engagement, community development. So I'll give the microphone to Professor Rosa Tapia.
Thank you. Interesting question. I will go back to what you were mentioning. There's a time for everything. You were saying why we didn't see that. Well, because there's a time for everything. Okay. And there's also a step-by-step process that takes a lot of time. Research shows that, for instance, to institutionalize service learning in an institution, you need at least 13 years. In Argentina, we started a process many years ago with taking advantage of a curricular transformation. And Nieves Tapia, the creator and actual director of PLAZA, was working at the Ministry of Education by that time and had the opportunity to find a way to incorporate in the practical activities within the curricula activities focused on the community, that the practical activities, problem-solving activities, were related with the community, integrated within the curricula. This was not an easy approach, and time went by, and also a program at the Ministry of Education in Argentina could be formed to promote solidary schools. Initially, it was made mostly in elementary and high school education, but also many universities approach, because the beauty of service learning, the particularity of service learning, is that along these 20 years that we have been working from CRISE, we met many faculties, many teachers who would say, you know, I was already doing that, but I didn't know that it was service learning. Because those who really want to provide a meaningful teaching and want to really commit their students in a meaningful learning to understand why they were learning and how that can also change them, but also their communities, they need to be involved in this kind of activities. So gathering all those who were already doing something, one of the strategies was to develop a presidential award through the Ministry of Education to identify who were doing these kind of practices in their communities. So through this presidential award, many meaningful experiences could be showcased and could also provide all of us the opportunity to learn from those experiences. Well, one of them was one that Alejandra won through the University of Buenos Aires. So not only try to integrate in the curriculum, but also to promote from the major authorities how to identify and celebrate those meaningful experiences that are being developed. Time went by, and we could also include that in our national educational law for the students to participate in service learning activities, just naming it in the national educational law, and then taking that opportunity or taking the advantage that from the Ministry of Education that term was being promoted. So those activities could be addressed easily by the institutions because it was something that was promoting not only by the bottom, but the faculties or the teachers who were promoting these activities, but also with the framework of the legislation. Then the second challenge that you mentioned is how then to integrate it in the daily classrooms. And one of the key things is not to forget which are our learning objectives for the students, because we need them to learn and to learn it well within the curricula. But we also want them to have this integral education that we were talking. So in the planification, you need to start from the beginning, defining which are your learning objectives and your service objectives, and write them in the program of your class. To have that in clear, to have that in mind, that your goal is not only for them to learn physics, theology, education, but also learn how to serve well and interact well with the community. And from that objectives, plan the activities along the way. For that, of course, you need institutional support, because not every faculty can easily go to the middle of Kivera and find the project to be developed. That's why we need partners. We don't need to work alone. We need to talk to each other, to talk to, hey, I know that you're already going to Kivera. Have you identified, while talking with the community, that they might have problems that I can't relate with my biology class? Or have you organized an activity that from the design department we could develop flyers to distribute in the community, and once we are there, identify other opportunities that can be addressed through communication, through design, through psychology. So let's start, while you develop your program, working with your colleagues, talking to your students, what's going on in your community, and open spaces within your class to listen to your students. You need to open those spaces, because if not, you will just be standing in front of the class providing the traditional course. But if you save those spaces to listen to them, to reflect with your students, to go out together to the community, to reflect together, you will be able to plan meaningful activities while applying the curricula into this service learning project. And at the end of the course, of course, you will need to evaluate those learning objectives that you have stated with those service objectives that you have stated. And to do that, you might use a traditional way to evaluate the academic. But to evaluate the service, talk to the community. Meet again with them. Present what you have done with them to the whole community, for everyone to know what is being done together. And then finish with the celebration. That's key.
Thank you very much, Professor. It is obvious that service learning can do wonders. Here in Tangaza University College, we have close to 2,000 students. And if we were to go out and say, let us make a difference, we can make a huge difference. I was wondering about the small band of young men we had this morning with one adult leading them. The noise they made, it was unbelievable. Everybody paid attention to them. They're only 15. So, for me, the issue is not about students. There was only one leader in that band. The challenge is with us, educators. How do we really change ourselves so that our students can become change agents? And that is a question I will present to Professor Alejandra. How do you really move your staff to make the miracle that they can make if they are transformed, if they are changed, if they internalize the service learning?
It is okay. Hello to all. Thank you for being here for me, and for me it's very important because it's my second time here in Nairobi. For this question, I want to tell you something that from where can I speak about this? Because I am a professor, a university professor like you, who began to do service learning 30 years ago. I don't know what I was doing in that moment, and I was teaching in a huge university, the University of Buenos Aires, and my institution didn't know what is service learning. So for me, it's very difficult to explain what I was doing in that moment. I am an agronomist. I work in environmental sciences, and I went to the communities to work in water quality issues. So I took my students and go out and work a lot working in that communities. And then I want to add this to what Rosa says, that is a very long way, and it has to be step by step. Now the University of Buenos Aires is trying to institutionalize the program, but it's so hard to do, so it's slowly. But if I think about me, as you asked me, as a professor, I couldn't do it if I don't think that it is important to be, to feel me that I am nothing, to be nothing to work with the other, to meet the other in the, I am from the Focolare movement, so my formation is in unity. And this is very important because I first had to work with one of my students in the classroom. And we had to reflect what are we going to do when we go to the community. This is not only to check water quality. This is not only that. So from this point, from this working in the things they are expecting to find out in the community, to find out in the others, we go there. The University of Buenos Aires is not a Catholic university, so big, and it's hard to work with that values. But we think to starting work in the classroom and then do the same in the community. And if I think it's easier because we are a team of different teachers. One of them belongs to Anglican Church. Some of them are agnostic. One of them are Jewish. So it's amazing to work together. We point out our different points of view of sharing with the others our knowledge, of sharing with the others our values, and this is the starting point. If not, they could be another tool, another pedagogical tool that you can find out everywhere. You can read about them, but it's not what you feel that you need, you need to do that. So I think it's very important, and in this way, the thing changes. We were talking in science, we talk about transdisciplinary. It's not easy to do transdisciplinary science. It's not easy because you have to think in nothing. I am nothing. I start in the point I want to learn to the other. And in the same way with culture, the inculturization process is very important to learn for the other. If it is not, you are not prepared to do service learning.
Thank you. That was very powerful. So it's all about humility and simplicity. I remember when Dr. Pete was sharing a bit about the meaning of service learning, she said, you have to get out of your comfort zone. Literally, that's what it is. We have to get out of our comfort zone. If it means lifting, whatever we can lift, we have to lift it together with our students. So it's all about humility and simplicity. Our second keynote speaker was supposed to be Professor Charles Ongondo, but I was told he was on his way to make it. But again, he was called for a meeting, so he has to go back to attend another meeting. That's the challenge of inviting very, very important people. He's online? Oh, he's following. Okay, so he can receive a question, or what does that mean, sister? I will invite him. Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, I will. I have the first question. Then for Professor, if he's around, if he's listening. And the question I have for Professor is: Kenya has embarked on competency-based education. And Professor is one of the key designers or implementers of the competency-based education, because he is the director and CEO of Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. So the question that we would like to forward to Professor is, how does, is there a connection, or how do the two elements integrate, come together? That is competency-based education and service learning. And what will be their implication for the socio-economic development of Kenya? Professor, if you are listening, we'll be very happy to listen to you to get a response. Thank you. Okay, I'll go to the next question then. You know, if we cannot get Professor Charles, we also have here Professor Jacinta Odhiambo. So I will forward to Professor Odhiambo, and she will help us to move forward. The question I have for Sister Professor Jacinta is, Sister, you have heard the importance, the power, and what service learning can do for our society, for our community in here. What plans can Tangaza University College have, particularly for the next academic year, to give... Yes, Professor, welcome, welcome. Are you listening to us?
Yes, I am, and I could hear you very well.
Thank you.
I had started responding to the question when I realized I couldn't.
That is great. We were very anxious to listen. Go ahead, Professor, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm really sorry that I'm coming in late. I had set out to come, and then as you said, I was called by some of my bosses whom I couldn't tell that I was going to a conference. That's the nature of our work. The only correction I want to make is I heard you say that is what happens when you invite maybe we could say that is what happens when you invite people who are not fully in charge of their programs.
Correction accepted, Professor. This is service learning, so I am learning. Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much to the Tangaza University and the organizers of the conference for the invitation. And I want to acknowledge my colleagues in the room. I wish I could join you. And apologize that I may not have heard what you said before I joined. So if I end up repeating what you have said, please understand. If I contradict what you have said, it is not intentional. But I want to say that the question is, how does CBC and SL, that is service learning, integrate? And possibly, what do we envision as the effect of this on socioeconomic development? Maybe a little context, especially to colleagues in the room who may not be very conversant with what KICD does. The Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development is charged with the responsibility of developing curricula for implementation in Kenya for basic and tertiary education below the university, from pre-primary school up to tertiary. But we are also involved in approving any curriculum that is going to be implemented in the country, whether it's Kenyan curriculum or it's a curriculum originating from any other country. And at present, we are in the process of reforming our curriculum. And we are phasing out what has been called in the Kenyan context 844, and phasing in what we call, as the moderator has correctly said, the competency-based curriculum. Now, many reasons have been given for why the reforms. I want to go to a reason that is related to what we are doing here and say that one way of looking at why the reform is because we want a curriculum that is responsive to the current needs of the society. Put differently, a curriculum that will be of service, a curriculum that will be of service to the people, to the society, so that the learner will end up looking at their qualifications and competencies as those that have been attained so that they can be of service to the society. Colleagues, allow me just to expand the context a little bit. That the curriculum we are phasing out was initially intended to offer practical skills to learners, mostly. So you could have called it a skills-based curriculum. And we want to look at these skills as having been intended to be of service to the community. And I'll be coming back to our personalization of service learning. But over time, the curriculum veered more and more towards what could be called a knowledge-based curriculum, examination-based curriculum, whereas the Kenyans in the house will appreciate learners were now competing more to pass examinations and to gain entry into the university, unless on what competencies their schooling or their learning was giving them, and whether those competencies were relevant to the community. And so, as part of the conceptualization of the curriculum, 3 questions became pertinent. One of them was, what is the vision of the new curriculum? And we have coined the vision to be an engaged, an ethical, and an empowered citizen. Engaged, empowered, and ethical citizen. Then the second question was, what then do we look at as the pillars of the new curriculum? And we identified 3 main pillars. One of them was values, emphasis on values as a pillar for the new curriculum. The other one was, of course, theoretical academic principles. And the third one that is of relevance to what we are doing is community service learning. Of course, we look at that more as a pillar of community, as a key factor in achieving the vision of an engaged and empowered citizen. So in our understanding of community service learning, we looked at it in 4 different ways. One, we said that learning is supposed to end up being empowering learners to achieve competencies that would be of service to the community to the extent that they can address day-to-day socio-economic, political, and otherwise needs of the community. Having said that, the second thing we said was that service to our community is a serious platform for learning. It's a serious laboratory. So the community is a place where really all the justification for all that we learn emanates from. So if you have learning a curriculum that is connected to the community, then you can look at the community as a platform, a laboratory that always gives you a place to practice that which you have learned. But we also look at the community as learning. Learning itself will arm you with the principles, with skills that can also be of value to the community. And I heard my colleague on the table there mentioning that what we also considered, that service here was also considered as academic. You know, if you want people to learn how to swim, take them into the waters and tell them to swim, but also swimming for what reason? Swimming for a reason of enhancing maybe a certain skill in the community. So to come to your question so that I give my colleagues a chance, what we did was from pre-primary school, as we developed the curriculum, community service learning is integrated in every learning area. To give an example, at preschool and early years, we have 5 main learning areas. We have numeracy, we have literacy, we have environmental activities, we have creative activities, and we have religious activities. So our question then to curriculum developers is that in each of these learning areas, can you, after every topic and subtopic, which we call a strand or a substrand, infuse a community service, one, as a platform for the learners to enhance their skills, but also as an opportunity for learners to showcase what they're learning. And an example which was in the pictures recently, which was picked by the media, is when we took our learners at grade 3 as part of their curriculum to go and participate in cleaning the community. So we, of course, they have been taught, they have been prepared, they were given implements, they wore appropriate gear, they went to some filthy places in markets and joined people there in cleaning. A lot of Kenyans told us that we were not training children to be servants, to be cleaners, to be workers, but they didn't understand what we are doing. Yet our point is, if we can start from that early age to let learners know that what we are learning serves the community as we are learning it. We are not waiting to graduate 20 years later to go back to the community and say, now look, we have come to serve you. But what we are learning today can be of service. And in that way, I think, as I close at this point, we think that we are already socializing our learners that what we learn at school in the CBC can start to play a role in the socio-economic development of the community, albeit in some small ways. Bear goes there so that then we can have other colleagues chipping in the panel.
Thank you very much for that very clear and very elaborate response, Professor. I think that's very good to see that in Kenya, the service learning is not only being practiced in this school or that university, but literally it's a national agenda. And the country, as a country, is really embarking both on service learning and competence-based education, and the two cannot even be separated from each other. So this is a wonderful thing to hear from what they call from the horse's mouth. That is from Professor Charles Ongonga, Ongondo. Thank you very much, Professor. Probably it could even be the last question because of time. And the next question I have is for Professor Maria Rosa Tapia, and this is, most educators will say, Professor, my job is kind of to become a classroom educator. Going out there, engage in the community is not only a bit cumbersome, but it's also very difficult to implement. How do I measure or how do I evaluate my students for doing the community service, as well as also how do I measure what I have achieved? As educators, we are always obsessed about measuring. So how do we address this issue, Professor?
Thank you so much. Well, I have already mentioned some things regarding evaluation to clearly identify what we have to evaluate from the learning perspective and the service perspective with the community. I don't know if you don't mind if I pass the mic to Sister Jacinta, because she already has a meaningful experience on evaluation too. Okay.
Thank you, moderator. How do you evaluate service learning? If we look at when we have our course content, course outline, and we already have the competencies, the activities that we want to carry out as for a part of service learning, then it would be very easy now to evaluate, because you will come up with a rubric for looking for certain things that you wanted the student to do out there. Like if you wanted the student to involve the community on solving a certain problem in the community. And in that, we also want them to develop the skill of networking, cooperating with others. Then you'll come up with a rubric that will identify those criteria, the things that you want to look for in the students. And then you'll be able to ask questions and they tick. You'll be able to say, you can even give those criteria some rating and you'll be able to evaluate. Actually, with the CBC, we realized that we shall be exposed to the rubric for assessing the students, which is already there in basic education. So at the university, it will also be the same. So it will actually stem from how you have taught, whether you have used service learning as a tool for teaching the various competencies and the skills, and even some of the values that you would wish to evaluate. For instance, if you wanted to find out whether these students are able to develop the value for caring for the environment, then you look for those areas, the things that you want them to do that will enable them to care for the environment, and then you can now evaluate that. Thank you.
Just a few comments regarding reflection that also is key for the evaluation process, and something that it turned out to be really useful also to invite the students after they have developed a service learning project as part of the course activities to turn in their own reflection about what had happened with them within that learning process and what happened to them. So to do this reflection that can be shared as part of the evaluation, the individual evaluation and the group evaluation for the activity, and ideally also with the community, because being experiential learning, reflection is key to really identify which are those meaningful learnings that we acquired while doing the activities. So that could be also included with the rubric.
Now, I want to say something. The evaluation has to be planned from you start the project. you have not only to check the rubric, but instead in this rubric to select the indicators you are going to work with, you are going to check, you are going to evaluate, and you are going to have your results afterwards. So you have to plan the registration of everything. Most of the time when we are talking with a professor, say, okay, and how do you do this? Oh, I missed to have this information because of, but it is important to the registration of everything, because in this case you can evaluate everything from the starting point, and the reflection is they are together. They don't miss to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I had a question earlier for Sister Professor Jacinta, but I want to connect it with another question. Father Leo, in his opening statement, stated that only about 33 universities are participating in this service learning program, which means we have a long way to go because we have thousands and thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of universities probably around the world. So the question I have for Professor Jacinta is, Sister, I know you have been involved in training students in service learning, and my question would be, how did you find the receptivity of the students, and what can be done also to do the same thing with educators, so that the educators become service learning leaders? And what do you see, or how do you see the role of our university college here, our university, in playing a key role in expanding the role of service learning here within Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Paulos. I was engaged in training the students, and mainly the education students. They were very receptive, and from their own sharing, they realized that they have so much that they can do in the community. Some of them were able to come up with ideas that were very, enriching. And so I believe that if we engage the students on service learning and what is expected of them while they go out there, they are likely to transform the society. Some of them gave an example of, I remember a group gave an example of making use of the natural resources that they have to prepare gas that will enable the people in the village to avoid using charcoal and firewood, because charcoal and firewood is already endangering the lives of many people. And I think that was a sign that they were receptive, they were able to see, to connect the theory and practice and service learning. Now, about the educators, I think we also need to do that. And for Tangaza, we're already having a plan for capacity building for the staff, educators, so that they get to know what is this service learning, how can they infuse this in their already content that was approved by the commission. They will have to rework the content, the course outline, the activities. The way they are going to teach the students will be more reflective than just going there and telling them what they're supposed to do. We are going to enhance the aspect of reflecting with the students, scanning through what is happening in Kenya, and finding out a way, how can we involve the community so that some of these problems can be alleviated. So I think we are going to prepare for some of those capacity building. It's already planned. We are going to do that. And in relation to that, we're also going to take them through some aspect of CBC, because we are preparing to receive the students who have gone through service learning in basic education. So all these, we are in the process of doing it, and we hope we shall succeed. About service learning in only 33 universities, I think other universities have service learning, but they call it community engagement. And because it is one of the pillars of any university, it has been referred to as community engagement. But we want to move away from community engagement, because it would mean that you only go for service, you clean the environment, and then you go away. While you are away, they keep dumping there. We want to encourage that we create awareness in the community, that when we come to reflect with you concerning the environment, well, while we are away, you continue taking care. And that's when we shall have the social impact. I'm aware that Catholic University of Eastern Africa also has service learning. I hope it is one of the 33. They are already also thinking in the same line. And with the coming of CBC, all the universities in Kenya will have no reason not to involve themselves in service learning. So very soon, the Kenyan universities will be forced to embrace service learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that elaborate and clear response. I think in the interest of time, we would end our program here, but I would like us to hear, the audience to hear, unless there are some questions, and if we may take one or two questions from the audience. Is there someone who has a burning issue who would like to ask a question to our panelists before we ask the last question, in case if there is any?
Thank you very much. My name is Luwere Kira Bernard. I come from the University of Kisubi in Uganda. I have two questions, and one could go either to Professor Maria or to Professor Alejandra, I don't know, they will agree, and another to the director for the Institute of Curriculum Development. For Professor Maria or for Professor Alejandra, as you are presenting, I was thinking, because service learning hinges on problem-based learning. And communities have so many problems. Each experience a problem differently. I wanted to hear from you if there are any tips you can give us. How do we help our students and the university communities where we work to know how to identify the problem? Because that is the starting. If you have talked about curriculum or whatever, it has to begin at that point. And then for Professor, the director of the Institute, I applaud Kenya for the bold steps it is taking towards developing and maybe planning to implement the competence-based curriculum. And I'm looking at a scenario where I come from, and I hope it is shared with Kenya also as an experience, the challenges of the huge classes that sometimes we have, the infrastructure, and all those things that go into the model of service learning that we're trying to learn here, which to a large extent are very specialized experiences and supervised learning. How does Kenya plan to implement that curriculum effectively and to address the many challenges that come with this form of curriculum and learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can take 3 questions at a row. There's a lady who has raised her hand. Okay.
Mine is not really a question. It's a compliment. All protocols observed. Good morning. Yes, my name is Isabella, and I come from Tangaza University, Tangaza Mtaani. First and foremost, thank you so much, Tangaza, for recognizing that we really need this. And from where I am from, Mtaani, thank you for bringing it fast in our doorsteps. I mean, we, like myself, have been doing it, but there are skills I never had, like dialogues, Delta, but that has come, I have come to learn. And as I think I had Sister Jacinta say something that I have forgotten. So with passion, and I think she talked about something I wrote once. Sawa. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing as well, and may you continue to do it. And being that we are human beings and we are social beings, this really brings out that aspect of sharing and talking towards each other. I think I remember what we were talking about. When do you know that? When do you know when you've gone to the next step? I think you were talking about evaluation. Yeah, you feel it because it's a passion thing. It's something that you cannot do it if it's not passion. So you will feel from every bit of step that you make, you will know that you're in the next level. And if you, let's say like you're cleaning a project, if you're doing garbage collection or cleaning, because we do that a lot, the day you clean, it is not at when you've done the day you've done the cleaning, what you feel. It's an inside feeling that you know that you have really done something. And I think I'll end there. I can talk so much about it because I love it. Thank you so much for bringing this. Thank you again.
Thank you. Last question for this session.
Thank you very much. I am Brother James Rogoncho, a student leader. I happen to be in touch with the students in the entire country. And of recent, we have undergone a lot of pain because of what we call mental health. We've had different conferences, different meetings with my colleagues, the student leaders, who are already here present from different parts of the country. And my question is, I don't know whether you have students in Argentina that are going the same pain that our students in Kenya are undergoing in terms of mental health, where we've had, if everybody here has had different cases of students committing suicide, students killing each other because of relationships and other things that are involved. So what will be the take and the help from service learning so that we can be able to take in this initiative as student leaders, and also we take it from you as our elders so that we can be able to help our colleagues, we call them the comrades, in different parts of the country where our universities are. That is one way I think we can reach out to different universities through service learning. So what will be the help of service learning to us to help the issue of mental health in different universities in the country? Thank you.
So now we take it back to the panelists.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity to keep sharing your comments, your questions. Regarding the first question, Bernard,
Unfortunately, we cannot solve all the problems, but we can be the drop in the ocean that makes the difference. So I think that the key thing is the initial part of any service learning project, problem-based learning, to identify the problem with a good diagnosis. And to do that, it's to work with the community. There are many different strategies, because one of the key things is to have good partners in the community to really learn from them what is really going on. And for instance, I will just show one example developed by the Faculty of Design and Architecture, that they would invite at the beginning of the course different representatives of organizations that, already knowing what service learning was, they could address their needs to their students that they could be solved during the course. For instance, one NGO would come and say, well, you know, we need some flyers to promote our activities, and we know that you have a designed course that could develop those flyers. We have some, as the other project we mentioned in the Faculty of Architecture, that we need to apply for a grant to build the neighborhood, and you could help us developing the forms or the maps that we need to turn in, applying the student skills. Or for instance, I teach learning and technology at the University School of Humanities, and at the beginning of the course, I invited my students to tell me, okay, which are your causes? What really moves you? Because we want to develop digital resources that can help learning activities in different communities. And for instance, there was a student who was already committed working for an organization in a rural area where they had language issues among the different communities. So she wanted to develop some resources for that community. Other that was really involved with people with hearing problems. So she said, okay, I can develop video subtitles with key topics that they can use to understand better certain issues. So from their own interest, or from what they were doing away from the class, they could propose different activities within the activities that I had already planned for the class. So you cannot solve all the problems, but taking into account what are you teaching, because you need to follow the curricula, and the needs that the community learned by the students or with the community, you can define at least which will be the drop that you will be turning into the ocean. So I know that there are other big issues, like Brother Dennis was mentioning, regarding mental health, and mainly after pandemic, they increased everywhere. As you can see in my presentation, I shared the experience of the Faculty of Odontology of the University of Buenos Aires. I think that's a strategy that can help you thinking in the university networks. What about if the university start identifying those places that are not receiving the necessary public health, because for those many reasons that we all know. But from the university, you can have the knowledge, you can have the people. During pandemic, the university make a call to volunteers or students from medical schools to work with the elders that were alone, for instance. And accompanied with the faculty, they could do meaningful activities for the community to bridge that gap. But at the same time, what the faculty did was to go to the public hospital to work with the physicians that were there to help them develop better strategies, and also to identify from their own experience what they had learned regarding public health, and to publish. That's where research is about, to register, as Alejandra was saying. If from the University of Buenos Aires could go to different rural areas and provide dental assistance and improve the health of the community, what have we done that can be done better by public health? And share that knowledge too with the public officers. We need to dialogue with everyone. We all need to learn, and we all can share our knowledge with others. So if the university can provide, through service learning projects, this kind of public health, okay, let's share it with those who can have the opportunity to change public policies, to develop new strategies.
Thank you very much. I think there was a question for Professor Charles. I think we'll move towards addressing that question. Professor, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So did you get the question asked earlier? Thank you, Professor. You can go ahead.
Yes, the question was on challenges of large classes and vis-a-vis service learning. I may extend it to be challenges of large classes in the context of the competency-based curriculum. And the context is that it has been observed that to succeed in implementation of the competence-based curriculum, we need relatively small classes. In Kenya, the traditional number of learners in a class is 40, 35 to 40. Of course, at the university, sometimes we teach hundreds of them. When I used to be at Moore University, I remember there's a class where I taught 500 students of education, one course. The actual practice, the actual reality in the ground is that even in basic education, we have the numbers of learners ranging from 10 to even 120. The average at primary school is about 30 to 50. In secondary school now, the average is about 50 to 60, given the policy of 100% transition of learners from primary to secondary. So it's a situation in our context that we have to deal with. Let us start from there. That is a situation in our context, and I think the larger Africa and other parts of the world. So the issue then is, as educators, to think around how to navigate that challenge. And there are scholars who have written about managing large classes. One of the ways we deal with this is that in every class, let me say in every grade now, let us say we are talking about a grade 6 class, or let me stretch to secondary and say we are talking about a form 3, year 11 class. Community service learning is not attached to a particular singular subject where a teacher will say, I have come in for language, I have 60 children in a class, and therefore it's my sole responsibility to see how to engage these children. At the point of designing a community project or a project as an SL project in which the learners will engage, we bring all the teachers who teach that class together. So that if we divide the learners in groups, at least every group has a teacher, and let us say we are addressing one problem or one service, but every group will take an aspect of it. And then the groups can come back and compare their notes. How did you have this? What challenges did you see? What did you learn from it? How can we go there next time? And so on. So we would like to look at community service learning not as a large class issue, but as an all school, all teachers issue, so that we plan for it together as a school, and therefore we are able to manage these large numbers of classes. So given the picture behind Sister Jacinta there, and even the picture behind the moderator there, we have those learners in groups. but I believe that among them are also a number of faculty who are with them, and if necessary can divide them into different components and handle it. So I would like us to look at the large numbers as a challenge to deal with and not as a hindrance. Very, very quickly, there was a question one of my colleagues there addressed on problems of the society. Again, let us not look at community service learning as this solution to community problems, problems that face us. Yes, in the process of engaging in SL, we might address some specific community problems, but I would like us to look at it as a mission to partly empower the communities. So look at the children or the students behind Angelica, behind Sister Jacinta. We don't want to think that this community should always be waiting for us to go back there and glean for them. We are hoping that that community where they are can learn from those group of students and realize, look, this blockage on our drainage is something we can actually deal with. These students just came the other day and volunteered and helped us to unblock the drainage. And here we are, we have been crying over again and again. We can actually mobilize ourselves and be able to deal with this drainage. This part of our land which has been eroded, this is actually something we can manage. So start to empower them with ideas, but also with the skill and really with the habit to keep on addressing some of the problems. You will agree with me, moderator, that some of the problems we have, sometimes we don't realize the solutions lie with us until somebody else comes in, uses the tools we have to address those problems, and then we say, oh, you mean we can actually deal with mosquitoes and get rid of them from our space? Oh, you mean we can actually have a way of getting clean water so that we don't get this kind of diseases? Let me stop there. I see my colleague looking at her watch. It might just be time to go. If there is any specific question I missed, kindly just remind me about it so that we can address it.
Professor, thank you very much for that very clear and elaborate response with regard to the connection between student number and challenges. You have explained it very well. We are very happy about that. The final question I would have for you is, Professor, before you go, where do you see CBC 5 to 10 years from now? What are your visions? What do you think will be some of the obstacles that we will face as we move forward, but we will be able to address them, and we'll see where CBC could be 10 years from now? Thank you.
We are at grade 7 now of implementation of the competency-based curriculum. And yes, we do monitor learning every year, and from there we get to identify some of the challenges, which I don't have enough time to go into specifically. But I would want to pick on one. The main challenge with CBC is the challenge of change, the challenge of navigating change, navigating reforms, and that would be a key to any context. That, you know, anytime you introduce a reform, you introduce a change, you are disturbing the comfort. I had one of my colleagues said, I think you emphasized, that let us get out of our comfort zones. Anytime you are introducing a change or a reform, you are kind of getting people from a comfort zone in terms of their cognitive matters, in terms of their movement, in terms of their perceptions. So one of the main challenges related to that has been perception. You know, perception that CBC is expensive, perception that CBC is a foreign idea being imposed on Kenyan children, perception that now we are trying to make every child to do manual work and things like that. I think going down, and it became political. And so those of you who are in Kenya will recall, towards the elections, it became one of the political campaign tools. But I am very happy to report that through increasing stakeholder campaigns, awareness campaigns, forums such as this one you have organized and others, we have kept demystifying CBC and saying, look, we are just acknowledging that we are in the 21st century and that what we offer our learners cannot be what we learned when we were in school. It is time to think about a different set of skills. Now, another tool that I'll mention very quickly, of course, a big one, which is relevant to service learning, is teacher capacity building. Teacher capacity building. For service learning and, of course, CBC to succeed, we need an elaborate teacher capacity building that calls for massive resources, because in our primary schools alone, we have 23,000 schools. Give each one of them an average 8 teachers, and you can see the numbers we are dealing with. And we are talking about this against what the government can offer in terms of bringing the teachers together to be able to train them, or trying it online, which comes to the internet, challenges of internet connectivity, and so on. So yes, capacity building of teachers, I think, is something that is very, very a big issue. We have been doing it incrementally. It is something that we shall continue doing, and I believe that we will get there. The third one, so that I stop, is of course provision of what we call curriculum support materials. For us to address all the competency areas that we target, let me pick one of them. Digital literacy, for example. We need to think about committing resources to be able to enable our learners to have experiences that can give them a chance to develop these competencies. And as we know, provision of resources in education is competing heavily with the need to provide those resources in other sectors. We are talking about health, we are talking about energy, we are talking about the transport sector. And as you may have seen in yesterday's newspapers and in the media, there is no time. The entire education sector, leave alone CBC, will always get all the resources that they have proposed to make sure that learning is fully implemented. Not uniquely a Kenyan problem, and not uniquely a CBC problem, but something that we have to deal with and see how we can maximize the resources that we have. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor. It is so refreshing to listen to you explain and demystify CBC actually. We are very grateful, and we feel honored for your presence and your participation. Thank you very much. Mostly we are very happy to see that KICD is in good hands. Be blessed, and thank you very much. There were... Thank you. Karibu sana, Professor. I saw a couple of 1 to 2 hands on this section. Please, if you can just ask, but make your questions very short, because we have gone beyond time, so that we need to finalize. After that, I am going to ask our panelists to just give us their final words before we conclude our panel session.
Okay, thanks very much, brother. We have 2 questions from those following us online, and I think it's good to consider them as well. The first question is from Cyril Mpanga. He is from Cameroon, and he's asking, for those who experience competence-based curriculum, how do they move to the service learning? Then the second question is from Eugene Kavira. Eugene is asking, is there any link between John Dewey, I think it's John Dewey, on learning by doing and service learning? Or is, alternatively, can can we say the service learning is equivalent to John Dewey pedagogy on learning by doing?
Okay, I will try. I think I understood well. Moving from competence-based learning to service learning, it's really easy because while working on service learning, you develop many competencies that can be addressed and evaluated along the process. So I think that the key thing is how you revise from the methodology to the pedagogy, because competence-based learning can be really applied to the whole service learning pedagogy, where you not only look at the competencies that you develop, but also what happened with all those who are involved in service learning. What happens to the learning process of the students and the competencies developed by them, but also what happened with the community and also the learning process that is being developed outside the walls of the classroom. So that I can relate it to also, it's the learning by doing perspective, because of course you learn by doing. It's experiential learning, what we talk about whenever we talk service learning. So it's interesting because we might talk about a service learning like a big umbrella where you can integrate many different learning approaches. So it's learning by doing, but with the twist, you can do many different things. You can do things at the lab, you can do things to practice your learning skills, but the twist about solidarity service learning, as we want to call it, is that you not only do to learn yourself, but you do that learning for the others, with the others. And that it's a meaningful part that brings all the motivation and the big meaningful impact that it has on individual learning, but also in the community learning.
Thank you very much, Professor Rosa. The question that was asked also is, how is service learning to be practiced when it is online learning? She is an expert. We are very happy on that one now. So I will give the microphone back to Professor Maria again.
Thank you. Well, you know, pandemic gave us a grand opportunity for anyone to involve in online learning. There was a great challenge because we were used, or we are learning a lot about distance education or how to use digital resources. The thing is how we keep meaningful relations with our partners that not always have connectivity. So there was the initial need to see which was the technology available, not only from the university, the schools, the students, but also for the community members. Because in this initial analysis that we always need to do whenever we develop service learning, taking into account technology to do online learning, we need to address the technological component. And once we can manage, or at least identify which will be the way to communicate, because many projects that were already being developed with certain organizations when, for instance, pandemic started, many of them closed their doors or didn't have connectivity to be able to keep developing the projects. But we can always find meaningful partners. And let me give you just a brief example. There was a school of education who were developing a very interesting project with children at a hospital. They could go to the hospital to develop activities with the children, and they were from the School of Education, so they were helping them with their studies, with entertainment while they were at the hospital. But when pandemic started, they said, we cannot leave them.
They still need to be entertained while they are at the hospital. They still need to keep learning. So they found partners. They found partners in the nurses, in the doctors, in their relatives that would go to visit them, to facilitate them a cell phone, for instance, for them to contact too soon and to develop with other children interesting activities online. So the process to develop service learning projects online is the same. You need to do an initial analysis, an initial diagnosis of what you're going to do with the motivation that the students can have and the needs that you identified in the community. But you need to take into account which will be the technology that will mediate that process. We have learned about very interesting examples. We developed a map to identify service learning projects within pandemic, and we learned, for example, a wonderful project in Spain developed by students that as they could identify different shops in their communities that were not able, for instance, to sell their products online. So the students would be the one who would be develop online content for media to advertise their shops. And in the meantime, they will have to reflect on what kind of messages they would transmit through social media. So technology now is in our students' hands. What are we going to do with those resources that are already available? Because, for instance, we can use social media to promote a good dancer, to show jokes that we do to our partners or friends, or we can use social media to promote meaningful causes or address meaningful needs in the community. So this is part of the reflection. What do we do with the technology available? And what about if we not only develop the regular service learning projects that we are already developing, but we open it to a global context? Because also we can enhance learning. Now learning is distributed. We heard a lot about artificial intelligence. So anyone can access to a lot of knowledge. What are we going to do with that? We will look to the other side, or we will see how, through a meaningful experience, we can integrate that distributed knowledge to enhance our experiences, to access to other experts worldwide, to access to a wider community to learn about the needs of the community and how we can work together to address those problems. So we have a lot of challenges. We have to be very creative. I like a quote that says, someone that said, we need to be able to design meaningful experiences for learning experiences for our students. And they have a meaningful knowledge on how to use ICT. It's on us professors to help them have a critical view on how we can use it to really make a best work for all of us. Thank you very much, Professor. That was very rich indeed. Unless there is one final question, a burning issue, I think we are okay to conclude our panel discussion in here. But before we close it, I would like to give an opportunity to our three panelists. If there is one that is something very important they would like the audience to hear before we conclude. If they don't have one, it is okay. They have talked, the sharing from starting from almost like 10 a.m. has been extremely rich, rewarding, and very, very enlightening. We are just fortunate to have people who not only know the service learning from books, from writing, but people who have lived it. Yes, Professor?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to make some concluding remark.
Thank you.
I needed to say something. I need to make a follow-up to what Sister Jacinta said. Based on my experience working now largely in basic education, I wanted to observe that as universities, we need to, especially universities in Kenya, in the context of the curriculum reform and basic education, we need to urgently think about reforming our curricula to take on board some of the experiences that are, or reforms that are basic. So Sister mentioned that yes, when we are employed as lecturers or professors of a university, we are given 3 main assignments. We are told, 1, you are a teacher, 2, you are a researcher, and 3, you engage in community participation. But we have never had a good curriculum that gives us, what we could call well-organized, planned routes into the community, and we have also not been empowered as scholars on the different facets of service learning and how we can engage in the communities. So I thought that this conference can be one of the places where we can discuss or start the discussion on how might we in higher education start to think more about issues such as service learning and mainstream them in our curricula, and how can we capacity build ourselves so that then we participate effectively in community service learning. Thank you very much again for the opportunity. I wish my colleagues well, and next time I hope I can meet you face to face. I will be following off after this when you release us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, in the end, literally, you have brought the ball into our courts. That is in the educators and university professors, and that is to the point. We are very, very grateful. Thank you. Now I'll give the microphone to Sister Jacinta. If there is a word that you would like to share with our audience in here, and we would like to keep it very short, 1 to 2 minutes, and this will conclude our panel discussion. Sister Jacinta.
Thank you. I just want to tell all of us that service learning is possible. It's a method of teaching that enables us to reflect on issues that will make us become servants in the society. And let us not shy off and feel like if you do that, then you are becoming a manual work and so on. Let us embrace it, and let us be open to new ideas. As it has been said, there's so much out there in the media, the internet about service learning. Let us explore. And I also want to respond to brother's question concerning the mental health of our students. I think with service learning and the competencies we are talking about, the values, if we are able to appreciate the tenets of service learning is to make me have fullness of life, the other person, and then we go to God. So if you are aware that one of your colleagues is having problems of relationship, why don't you encourage them to share? You are able to have WhatsApp groups for other things. Why not also use it for these ideas of mental health? Recently we had a webinar on mental health. I expected so many students to send to their friends so that they learn what it entails, how you can go about this idea of managing your stress, how do you go about keeping yourself healthy mentally, what are the things that you need to avoid. But very few people were able to register. So students, once we send this information to you, take advantage, send to your other friends, because it is through this that we are also doing service to the community in relation now to to taking care of their mental health. And we are going to have a number of such webinars. Once we advertise, kindly send to other people. We also want to reach out to people so that we are able to help people in different ways, not only on mental health, but even other related issues. So students who are here, think of issues that can help you serve the community and leave an impact there, so that when you are gone, they'll say, so-and-so was here, and we learned this, and it is helping us to move on. Thank you very much.
Okay. Just I want to say something. You can spend all your life teaching in the way you teach, or you can teach in a service learning way. If you teach in the other, teaching all day long the same things, it's a comfort zone. But when you choose the service learning, the first of all is rethink your responsibility as teachers. This will not the same. And I feel that it never abandons you. Now I am retired from the university, but my mind is not retired of service learning. We visit here a lot of projects, and in each one, I think, oh, this is a great opportunity to do this, or to do that, or to connect this, to connect that. So if you choose this way of working, it will be with you for all your life, and I think that is a fantastic, I don't know if it's a pedagogy, it's most of that, to work in this world that is changing day after day, crisis after crisis. So it's very important to choose this way of working, rethinking first yourself, what are you going to do with you and with the others. Thank you.
Just along with what Sister Jacinta was saying, when I started a course in 2020 at the Scalabrini University, I did a survey with my students how they were feeling, and 70% said that they were feeling sad. So I proposed them to work on service learning. I showed them that they had the opportunity to look how others were doing, and they could do something to change that situation. So we finished the class making a word cloud. It was online. We were using digital tools. And the biggest word in the cloud was hope, because they found through service learning a way to leave their sadness, to have hope on what would come next. So that would be one word, and I would add a second one. That would be one that I learned from you, that is Harambe. Not feel alone, we are pulling together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last word she said was Harambe, working together. We are together. I think we are very fortunate enough to have our professors in here to share their experience. Literally, they did not tell us, they showed us what it means, what they have done, what they have lived, and literally they have transformed their profession, their teaching profession, into a profession. That's why Professor Alejandra said, yes, I may be out of the university, I may, quote unquote, be retired, but I am not tired to serve and give in service. And we have many other examples, people in here we can see like that. This has been very enriching. We have much to take home from this discussion and from the presentations. We are very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have much to take home. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panelists, starting with Brother Professor Paulo, Dean of School of Education. Let us give him a round of applause. Professor Maria Alejandra, let us give her a round of applause. Professor Charles Ongondo. Let us give him another applause. Professor Maria Rosa Tapia. Professor Jacinta M. Adhiambo, sister. Now, from here, we are going to take a short break because we are behind schedule. We'll take roughly 20 minutes, and then we'll assemble here to give you the way forward. So for now, we are going to have a brief photo session at the entrance of the hall. So we all make our way there. And then we also have project showcasing around. You can walk to those tents and see what is being provided. And then we also have Tangaza University College stand there. You can know for our visitors what we are providing here, courses and the like. And then from there we'll move for refreshment and try to take the shortest time possible because we are behind schedule. So now we are going to take our break, and for our visitors from our international visitors, we are meeting at the boardroom after the photo session. Okay? We are all familiar with the place, right? Yes, this way. So let's go for photo session, please.
When we are employed as lecturers or professors of a university, we are given 3 main assignments. We are told, 1, you are a teacher, 2, you are a researcher, and 3, you are engaged in community participation. But we have never had a good curriculum that gives us, what we could call well-organized, planned, roots into the community, and we have also been empowered as scholars on the different facets of service learning and how we can engage in the communities. So I thought that this conference can be one of the places where we can discuss or start the discussion on how might we.
My name is Alice Kemani. A student at St. Paul's University, Rimuru, and a master's student in theology, and also working with the Presbyterian Church of East Africa as a minister. And the paper I am presenting, we have co-authored with Florence Minor and Reverend Dr. John Kiboy, our lecturer from St. Paul's University, who is not with us today because of the nature of his work. And we are dealing with the dignity of creation, and our paper's title is The Quest for the Dignity of Creation, Turning the Gaze to an African Women Eco-Theology. And when I saw the flyer, I got attracted to that topic of the dignity of creation, being my area of interest, considering how the creation has been exploited. And we find that our concern mostly was because our Christian people, men and women, have lost conscience towards the creation. And when we look at the way our African community was dealing with creation, we are left to ask, why are we not concerned about the creation the way our forefathers were concerned? And therefore, in our introduction, we say that the ecological crisis is one of the topmost agenda in the world, as every nation seeks for a lasting solution to its effects, which is manifested by climate change and global warming. And we find that our Kenya is not left out. And we are also looking for the solution to the crisis as it has currently been going through. Mostly we know that we've been having a prolonged drought, which was associated with the destruction of the environmental resources and climate change attributed to our human activities. The effect of the crisis affects creation, and the first victims of that are women and those that are marginalized. And we find that when we do a theological reflection, considering that 80% of our population are Christians, we note that there is some ignorance by us in understanding the principle of stewardship of creation, which is a divine instruction in the Bible and recorded in Genesis 1:26-31, where God instructed us as humanity to rule over the earth and to subdue it. We find that there is that misunderstanding of subduing, and one scholar, the Reverend Dr. Githuku, recommends that because of the destruction of the ecosystem, we need to reread the Bible. But for us, we are going beyond and looking at why are people not taking care of creation, considering that God has ordered us, and when he created, he used to say, it is good. Why are we not seeing the good that the Lord saw when he created? And therefore, despite that biblical mandate, the situation in our Kenya is remote from that understanding, as there is massive destruction and degradation of creation. This is despite us being Christians and 80% of the population. And we are also the largest religion in our Kenya. And after interrogating this phenomenon, we note that Christianity religion has at its very nature a dualism from Greek philosophy. And this informs largely how majority of Christian Kenyans relate with creation. And its effect is that human beings view themselves being superior than any other creation. And so any other is to be exploited. And all other creation is therefore there to be exploited. The dualism was inherited from the missionary theology, which had an ontological dualism of spirit and matter, mind, body, and good-evil dichotomy. The dualism, as one Rosemary Weather observes, is also identified with gender and class hierarchy, where men are seen as superior than women, and the body is considered as evil, and the spirit is good. Body is material, and therefore, when we look at what the philosopher Plato was saying, that there is the world of forms, which is considered as superior and masculine, while the world of universalities is feminine. In the Christian thought, this dualism is evident, especially in our Protestant churches, where we have our hymn books. We find that some of the hymns that we sing in our services show that evident, whereby the body is said to belong to the world, and it will be buried as it takes its own path, since it is matter, as our souls are sojourning to the Father. Therefore, the body is seen as unworthy even at death. And for example, one of the hymns is, "This world is not my home, I am just passing through," where now we as Christians denounce the ownership of the earth as just people on a journey. And this expressly demonstrates how the African Christians understand the relationship between God, themselves, and the created universe. And therefore, I'm going to give to my colleague to take over from there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Rev. My name is Florence Maina. I'm from St. Paul's University. As my colleague has said, the Christianity which we inherited from the missionaries bear with it a dualism in which we relate the ecological systems with. We took the Kikuyu community as a prototype because we understand the diversity of cultures in our continent. And so from the Kikuyu community as a case study, we realized that the Kikuyu community did not have a dualism that is expressed in the nature that is expressed in the Greek dualism. So there's an embodiment of every part of creation in the African mindset of the relationship between the divine and every other part of the creation. Mercy Abba Oduyoye, who is recognized as the mother of African women theology, states that although the Bible says in Psalms 14 that a fool says that there is no God, Mercy Oduyoye says in Africa there is no such fool because everything is an embodied reality. And so from the Kikuyu community, we realized that the community had a kinship with every other part of the ecosystem. For example, we learned that we share some of the names with wild animals. Like, for example, there are people in the Kikuyu community who are called Mbogo, which translates to buffalo. There are some called Jogu, which translates to elephant, and so on. And that kind of relationships was an affinity or a kinship in which the community had with the creation. If we look at how the Kikuyu community related with the forests, for example, there was such an intentional approach towards how they handle even cutting down of trees. They would not just clear with no intention because there was a religious attribution to every activity they got involved in. And so in that affinity, our African communities would even obey birds and animals and would observe seasons from the relationship. They would get messages of seasons from the behaviors of animals. And so we note that this is because Teresia Hinga says that it is because although they used the environment for their benefit, they did not consider them as owners because everything ultimately belonged to the Creator. And so when we were exploring the methodology in which to look at how our African and especially Kenyan Christian would respond to ecological crisis, first of all, we acknowledge, from where we stand as African women theologians, we acknowledge the input of the ecofeminist theologians, or those people who use the ecofeminist framework. But we noted with concern that the feminist framework itself has an adulation of a Western ideology. And so we also noted that in that sense, even those feminist movements around the world, they are diverse as they respond to contextual issues. So from an African women perspective, we realized that we needed a category that would respond to the African reality, the African women reality. The reason why we say African women theologies is because it's not a theology, it's theologies. It's the diversity of African cultures and the women involved. So that was one of the critiques as to why we wouldn't do an ecofeminist theology in Africa. So in that sense, we also realized that we posed several questions, and these questions relate to what can African women or African people do in order to erode the dualism in our mentality for us to have a similar relationship that existed during, in our communities. And so one of the other question was, what does that erosion mean to humanity? And we noted that there's a lot of suffering that is caused by the erosion of creation and everything that the exploitation and degradation. And so we approached a response to ecological crisis or the lack of dignity towards creation from a point of suffering. And so we identified a framework that was used by a theologian by the name Jürgen Moltmann, who tried to understand God from a position of suffering. He was arrested during the Second World War, and he was reflecting on God from prison. He identified a triune God that could relate with human predicaments. And this God, first of all, from his reflection, he observed first of all, the relationship between the members of the Trinity, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And from there, he realized that when Jesus was on the cross suffering, the Father and the Holy Spirit were suffering equally. It was not a separate entity. And from there, he also reflected with human predicament and realized for us to have a view of an immanent God, we have to recognize a God who is present in our suffering. So in that sense, Jürgen Moltmann developed a Trinitarian model that is called the socio-Trinitarian model, and in it, he infused humanity in it so that God could be present in human suffering. What is unique with our African women theological lenses is that for us to understand the place of creation, if we were to use Jürgen Moltmann's model of understanding God or the concept of God, we would have then to use the African concept of animism. Animism is a contextualized understanding of the nature of the spiritual nature of the creation. And so from there, we realized that because the African people knew no dualism, and they had a concept of animism as a way of relating with creation, then it's possible for us to infuse back that concept to the already existing social Trinitarian God where humanity already exists. So we tended to, realizing how misunderstood animism has been understood before, we said that we looked at some of the people who have tried to understand animism from an African perspective. One of those writers is Arbatol, who says that animism has been understood as primitive and irrational. But Arbatol tries to demythologize that by saying that animism, is, in African understanding, is the deep belief of the livingness of creation. And Arbatol affirms himself using the words of Pope Francis. Pope Francis says that everything that is created, everything that we see, has every creature, water, mountain, everything, as it were, has a caress of God. Those are words from Pope Francis. And so from that, when we see creation as, from that perspective, the sacredness of the work of God in it, then we understand the concept of animism, where it is the deep belief in the livingness of all creation. So, and this, we caution that it should not be misunderstood with pantheism, where we do not believe that God is everything, but God, everything has a sacred touch. We look at it from the verse in Genesis 1, where the breath of God was hovering over creation, at the eve of creation, and that is the sacredness and the caress of God's creation in all that exists. So as we conclude, we say that it might not be very hard for humanity to reconcile, human beings might not struggle to reconcile themselves with the Trinitarian God who exists in human predicament. But it would take human beings to like strip off the privileged position from where they stand so that they may accept to reconcile animism in the triune as a sacred connectedness of everything. And from when we place creation as a sacred touch with everything that exists within the divine, as we understand the divine, then we will be able to accord creation the dignity that it deserves. Thank you so much. And yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let us give another round of applause. Questions? Any question, clarification, comment?
Hello. Thank you for what you have just shared. I'm coming from Argentina, and I come from the north part of Argentina, that's the northwest. My hometown is in the Andes Mountains, and it is a place that is very much in contact with the Andean culture and philosophy. So the ethnic groups from where I come from have a very similar perspective to the one that you have shared. And it's great to see that even if we are in different continents and coming from different places, this dualism and hierarchy that exists between what is accepted as a valuable faith and other kind of spiritual practices are left behind, and how we have to integrate that for a comprehensive care for creation. I am not a Catholic, but I have faith, my own kind of practice, which is very much related to the place that I come from. And I think that caring for creation is going together in this journey of interreligious dialogue and spirituality. I also thank you for your approach on ecofeminism and transcending the stereotypical perspectives of feminism as, again, dualism, and how we can think of integrity and equality, not only between humans, but also with all the living that are part of the creation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comment or question? Okay, as you digest, let's, okay.
Thank you. I'm seated. My name is Peter Chikere. I'm a priest of the Missionary Society of St. Paul of Nigeria, a student of Tangaza. I loved your presentation so much. I didn't get the full part, but I think I just came in to hear at the right time, to hear the right thing. African approach to preserving nature, but knowing that Africans, our religion is not separate from other aspects of our life. All are integrated. So when we have, for instance, in my culture, the Igbo culture in Nigeria, they have some forests dedicated to the deity, and that's where the shrine is, but that becomes a forest reserve. So you see that we use religion to protect certain things. We also have the sacred python. Those who have read Things Fall Apart, you will see how Chinua Achebe talks about when Christianity came and the young man who wanted to show his zeal killed the sacred python. Now, he was doing that thinking he's promoting his new faith, but a damage was being done to creation. You see, so certain beliefs we hold, which come under the umbrella of religion, have other ripples, other effects on the rest of creation. So by the attack on African religion, indirectly, there was an attack on the rest of the values we hold. And that is why I cherish this, and especially your definition of animism as African understanding of the livingness of every part of creation. So they find a way, a cultural way of preserving these things And knowing how the influence religion has on people, so they use the aspect of religion, or they give religious coloration to almost everything, so that people could respect all those things. I still talk about that sacred python. I witnessed it. I have seen pythons, and as a young man, I just cried, snake, snake, and people came to kill it. But when they saw it was a python, nobody touched it, and it just walked away. And we had many of them, but now religion has come. Some people began to eat it as a way, not because they liked it, but as a way to show that African religious belief is not nonsense. So now you can hardly find those pythons around. So I am looking at how we have attacked African religion, and in the process have killed certain values. So the question is, how do we reclaim these things? We can't go back to African religion, so but what can we do? What do we do, especially people who have found new faith as Christians or whatever faith we have? How can we reclaim those things that were preserved by African religion? Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Any other comment? Okay, if there's no comment, we'll now move to the next presenter.
In response to his question, I think why we are struggling with, every community in Africa is struggling with a similar question, and it's not only in Africa. I think it's most of the ethnic groups and or aboriginal groups all over the continent. And so that is why for us, there was a need to pick up an African category, and why we talked about infusing it with the Christian doctrine of the social trinity. It's because we already are Christians. We have professed to the Christian faith, but at the same time, inherently we are Africans. And so for that reason, in order for us to understand some of the complexities, we propose a use of the categories with which we understand. And so for us, animism is something relatable with the mindset of the African people or the worldview. And so, yeah, maybe that is for us from a theological perspective. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Now I welcome Derek Kipkoech to his presentation. Derek, please take at least 10 minutes because we are running out of time.
Okay, good afternoon. I was trying to check the time to confirm if it is actually afternoon or it is still morning. So I am Derek Kipkoech, a student at Tangaza here, the Institute of CTIE. And just like the first presenter, Alice from St. Paul, this topic or this subtopic was so intriguing to me because in that institute where I am majoring in geography. And when I saw the word dignity, I was intrigued because now we are going to have some sense of worth or value to living and non-living things. And in geography, as much as we are talking about that, we mean or we refer to the environment that we need to value and care and also conserve the environment. So I was asking myself now, this dignity of creation, and when I did research about it, I realized that many researchers or many articles have not written much about the dignity of creation. What I found is that the human dignity is the one which has, or which they have given more weight, and they have considered human dignity and at the expense of other living things and even non-living things. So you might ask yourself, what is dignity of creation? And the dignity of creation is a belief that recognizes the inherent value and worth of living and non-living things. That living and non-living things and their value cannot be separated. It is inseparable. And this concept now is becoming increasingly important in recent years as environmental concerns have become more pressing. And in geography, we talk of climate change, and many people might not even understand what or the extent of the climate change or the effects of the climate change that we are talking about. To many people, it is just an abstract thing. But to us geographers, we understand it deeper, that our actions as human beings towards other creations, the living and non-living, has equal consequences. As physicists say, a force has equal reaction, or I think any force has an equal opposite reaction. Same to what we can do to our environment. We can destroy our environment and in turn have consequences that may affect us. So the approach I took in tackling this is I saw it in, I'm going to tackle it in different subheadings, such as service learning and dignity of creation. I also have, we should also look at the role of higher education institutions in service learning and dignity of creation. And then we shall look at the benefits of incorporating dignity of creation in higher educations. Yeah, so that we understand this dignity of creation in depth. And I will not repeat what my previous presenters have talked about, and thank you very much. So, the key questions we are supposed to ask ourselves. I posed some 3 questions here. So, how does service learning promote care for creation and fraternity in higher education? That was number 1. And secondly, what is the role of higher education institutions in promoting values of care and respect for the environment? And number 3, and the last one, what are the benefits of incorporating the concept of dignity of creation in higher education? As earlier in the day or in the morning, we only heard that the universities that are bothered this idea of service learning are 33. And we are going to see if there is need to incorporate other universities and if they will take up this dignity of creation. So service learning is a teaching and learning methodology that combines academic instructions with community service. So if students actively participate or engage in projects that benefit the community. They will also acquire knowledge and skills related to their academic discipline. So the relationship between service learning and dignity of creation is that service learning will provide students opportunity to apply their academic knowledge in real-life situations. I take a pause because in geography all along, we have learned things to do with the environment. We know the effects. We know what causes those degradations. But how many people have taken a step to curb the effects? We only talk about it in theory or in classroom setup. But there is no avenue or opportunity that is given to our students to go and practice what they learn in class. We talk of global warming. We talk of what causes global warming. But we have not, or there are no opportunities provided for those students to take part in curbing what causes those various degradation. So service learning will provide this opportunity for students to exercise their mandate or what they learn in the classroom setup in regards to environment. And in doing so, they will be upholding the dignity of creation. So, service learning will combine academic instructions with community service. And in my paper also, I tried to also see the role of higher education institutions in service learning and in dignity of creation. And higher education have a very important role to play to promote the values of care and respect to our environment. And number one, they can incorporate the concept of dignity and creation in their curricula. And I don't know if it can be put as a unit or it can just be incorporated in their teaching and learning, but this can be done by that. And the courses that, these include courses of environmental science, sustainability, and ethics. And this will uphold the dignity of creation. Number two, higher education institutions can also lead by example by implementing sustainable practices in their institutions. And this can include using renewable energy sources, reducing waste, and promoting recycling. And then the last one, as students usually say, the institutions should also finance or provide funds for research and things to do with practical work that students may have in regards to dignity of creation. Then you might ask yourself, in doing all that, what is the benefit of that? So the benefits of incorporating dignity of creation in higher education, in higher institutions, are as follows. The benefit number one is that it will help the students to develop a sense of responsibility towards the environment and promote values of care and respect for all living and unliving things. As our first presenter has also said, that people will be named by the names of animals. I think in this regard we are going to agree with that. in that if we want maybe our forest to be taken care of, we can name it by the people in the community that we value, so that people can see the essence. Because if it is named by a name that they do not recognize, they do not see the value of it. But if we now have maybe a mountain or a forest or a river, we can name it by the people in the community that we value, so that people can see the essence of it. So another thing, incorporating the concept of dignity of creation. Yes, I'm winding up. Let me finish with the benefits. So it can help to create a generation of environmental conscious citizens who are committed in preserving the environment. And in overall, recognizing the dignity of creation requires us to see the natural world as a community of beings with their own needs and desires, and to act in a way that respects and protects the community. And by doing so, we can create a more sustainable and respectful relationship within or with the nature world and assure that we continue to strive. So sustainability is very important, so that we also leave something for the generations that will come after us. And because of time, I think I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Let us give a round of applause, please. Let's take a seat. So if you have any question or comment, I think I'll give you a chance after the next presenter. Let's just take both of them, and then we ask questions as we wind up. So at this moment, I'm going to invite another presenter who is going to join us online. And he is none other than Dr. Ranjita Chanda. Dr. Ranjita, can you hear me? Hello? Dr. Ranjita, are you there? As he prepares himself, maybe you can take comments and questions. Any comment, any question? Are we tired? What's happening?
Hello, I think my question will go to just the presenter, Derek, who has just finished. It's actually not a question, but a comment. But when you look at, when you talk about in terms of education, you talk about education, that education should be imbued so that we can have that, the students can have that opportunity to practice it. I started hearing about the global warming when I was very young. The world is coming an end and the ozone layer is depleting. One of the things that you realize that how severe it is how is it being perceived, is what is actually causing even education, because you're told to take care of environment and they tell you the consequences, which yourself you think is natural causes. Some people think just, like you talk about the religion and the beliefs. Like in African, some used to believe that it is about God. So when the rain doesn't rain, people don't think they cut down the trees, but they think that is God punishing them. So how are you able to balance this? Especially now when you want to convince these people that this is it. And also when we also talk about the care for the environment, we also look at the political aspects. How, because they are also influential. So how do you imbue those two? Thank you.
Can answer that question briefly, please?
Now, it is true that we have heard about the global warming since maybe we were learning when we were in the classes below. And also to do with people need to understand that what they believe or what they have been told to them, that maybe when it doesn't rain, it is God punishing them. They need to understand the geographical aspect of everything. And we were also told when we were little that trees bring rain. So in service learning, students will be given the opportunity, or they will be educated more to know that what brings rain or what doesn't bring rain is not because of the curse or maybe of the religious aspect, but because of the geographical nature of where we live in. Maybe the cutting down of trees will maybe bring that effect. And then to do with the government, I think the government is stepping up. Nowadays there are regulations of not cutting down trees. And we also have the aspect whereby we had also the president, His Excellency William Ruto, said that by the end of his tenure, we are going to have planted, I don't know, he said 5 million trees. So, yeah, so we can chip in service learning in there, that we need to engage our students in that aspect of planting trees. So with the issue of the government, I think the legislations are there. It's only that some are not being followed or some are not being taken into consideration.
Thank you very much. Let us give him a round of applause. So you just hold on to your question first. We move to the next presenter. Is he ready? Okay, you're most welcome. Dr. Wanjita, can you hear me? Dr. Wanjita? Dr. Ranjita, can you hear me?
We are presenting online. Are we audible?
Yes, we are.
Kindly respond.
Please go ahead.
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Romero, I can hear you online.
You are clear. You are clear. We can hear you.
Unable to hear us.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So good afternoon to one and all present here. Firstly, thanks to the Africa continent and especially India and the university for giving us this opportunity to present. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Anjita to present this paper. And as the title says, Dignity of Creation and Analysis through Western Christian Documents and Indian Presidential Doctrines. Well, the content basically reflects walking through the biblical understanding of the creation and then through the doctrines of the fathers of the church. The church's understanding with the encyclicals of the Pope, looking at Mary and creation, and then finally with the Indian understanding of creation. As we have rightly seen in the first two presentations, that we have been speaking and hearing a lot about the dignity of creation. And yes, it has been a need on a global level, and therefore the awareness with the threats posed by climate change, the destruction and the environmental challenges that we are faced with. And I think so the only way we can address is to cultivate a deeper sense of respect and reverence for creation. And this can be seen when we create a more sustainable and equitable future for all. Well, we have seen in the first presentation that Dr. Alice rightly said and presented, yes, that the act of creation is good, and Genesis chapter 1 and 2 takes us through this account of the 6 days, and when we say it's highlighted that everything God created was good. see that in the book of Job and Psalms, where we see human's goodness as well as God's goodness interrelated. And in the Gospel of John, we see that God Himself took incarnated, that is, God became flesh. And yes, we see also in St. Paul's letter to the Romans and also in the epistle to the Hebrews that everything comes in closeness, in sync, which is interrelated and intercloseness. Therefore, dignity, as the word itself holds, is quality and respect. And the quality of being worth is seen when it is inherent, inviolable, and inalienable. And this gives us the importance that we as Christians or we as humans have certain morals or have certain ethics. And therefore, we see ecology also in these sets or in this boundary. And to do that, we need to see its worth and see its value. Because everything that we see around is created for similar things. Having said that, yes, even the doctrine of creation with our doctors and fathers, we see in the early centuries, we see Amos, we see also Basil the Great, we see Ambrose, having discussed the notion of creation, which is Kriya ex nihilo, which is out of nothing. There has been a series of discussions, treatises, and pieces written on creation, basically highlighting to us, yes, in a very argumentative way, but highlighting to us that creation out of nothing has its depth. We also see the late fathers of the church until the 15th century having said that Augustine, Anselm, Bonaventure, with their sets of treatises and arguments, where we see creation out of nothing and also creation in eternity, and the whole debate on creation. I'll get going down on why the point that all the discussion is there to highlight the fact of creation. And then we see the Adishar putting it in his words that yes, God cannot manifest as a prime what was the future without being incarnate, without reading yes, and more in Christology, without Christifying himself, the whole thing of creation is like incomplete, because we see it as part, we see it as co-creation, and therefore the Adishar sees it as whole in all his writings. And therefore in theology, when we look at the fathers of the church and the doctors of the church, we see that grace and faith has always been the guide for reasoning, which our fathers and the doctors of the church have done. Looking at the church's understanding through the Pope's encyclical, Evangelic Gaudium highlights very much the stress of protecting and preserving creation. Even Centesimus Annus from Pope John Paul's article highlights the fact of creation as wherein we are co-creators, we are partakers, and therefore we need to help creation through and with human beings. Also in his encyclical Sollicitude Socialis, which is basically raising the issue of social concern, where we have the boom of industrialization and natural energy and natural resources into a question, and therefore it raises an issue not just for the creation but also to us as human beings. Pope Francis in his Amoris Laetitia shows that creation is nothing but out of love of God for humanity. Again, in his encyclical Laudato Si, he focuses on care for creation. And this can only come when we are aware that we need to appreciate creation. Pope Benedict XVI in his CARITAS in Theological shows that yes, the truth that we are challenging and the truth that we will be justified is taking care of creation and helping creation set free. We need to also set ourselves free. In Pope Paul VI, Popularum Progressio, it takes us back in time where we see that humans are developing and we are into civilization, and therefore when it comes to civilization we are clipping and cutting, so therefore the deforestation and the desertification is rising on the peak. So Pope Paul VI takes to our reminder that it makes us of life. In the recent documents that was one thing is having friendship with humans, with each other, but there is a friendship that we cultivate with nature and with creation. And that's clearly Pope Francis highlighting as the Amazon videos. Amazon, the reason Amazon is an example to the whole world, saying that yes, life is like this, where it has to be interconnected. Even the Catholic Church reminds us that yes, we are just stewards and we need to review and respect creation for our good and for the good of the future. Maybe application. We see the whole reality is the Trinity coming in with the fathers of the church, where they discuss about the God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, where God is the creator, the Son is creation, recreation, new creation, and where the Holy Spirit is like the transfiguration of the one that is guiding us throughout with the help of the church. But Mary's role also plays a significant part here, because Mary is also seen as Mother of God, and for us, a new creation, a new Eve, which helps us, which we know that she took flesh into us, into her, so that she becomes life for the life that she's an example to, and therefore we look at her as the pinnacle of the cosmos. And finally, coming to the Indian understanding of creation, where we see in the Upanishads and the Vedas through different philosophers, and I have highlighted here in specific three of them. We have highlighted here in specific three of them. There is Shankara, who proposes a theory of Vivartavada, which basically looks at creation as a cause and effect relationship. That the cause, that is Brahma, that is the creator, breathes or gives life to creation. That is his act, which is basically Maya, which is illusion, and there are ifs and buts with regard to the theory, but just setting it in tone that Vivartavada is basically the cause and effect relationship that we see in a metaphysical way. Vallabha also comes up with this concept of creation, where he calls it as Avikrata Parinamavada, which basically says or shows the philosophy of it is creator and creation are two different realities, but both are seen separately, or both are seen as the Argentinian video was highlighting in sync with the first presenter, wherein we saw the dualism. So basically a perspective, different perspective. The creator has his perspective, and the creatures, they have their own perspective. So a split in the vision, or a split in the perspective. Avikrata Parinamavada. And then finally Ramanuja, who says that creation can be perceived as Brahma Parinamavada, which is the creator is giving birth or allowing creation to evolve and dwell through him. So creator is given importance here, like a woman giving birth to a child. So Ramanuja uses that analogy or that example in order to understand Brahma Parinamavada. So it's the creator's result at the end of the day. And also Bhagavad Gita, the holy scripture of India, of Hinduism, states that it is a Lokasandhara, the maintenance of cohesion of the world, and more precisely the welfare and the final salvation of man. So basically telling us that the creature or the community, if it has to continue its way of life, if it has to sustain, it is nothing else but it's coming from creation, and creation is the base for this reality. So if we draw an analogy or a same between the Indian and the Western, we see that there is a lot of similarity as well as differences, but highlighting the point of similarity, concluding with what Pope Francis says, that yes, we have creation, which is not a possession that we can control, but it is given to us as a gift, and therefore this gift needs to be cherished. And how can we cherish it? Basically by preserving it and protecting it. And we can do that by respecting it and looking at it with reverence and therefore an appreciation. Yeah. Yes. I hope
Yeah.
Yeah. So welcome. Thanks to you all for all of you all present there. Wish we could be part of you there, but we are online, so a lot of technical
hitches. Yes, we understand. But next time, try and come to Nairobi. We'll be more than willing to welcome you. So we are going to take 1 or 2 comments, then we wind up. Any comment? Dr. Ranjit, you have something to say? Ranjita?
Dr. Ranjita, if you can unmute and
Yeah, okay. Yes. Okay, now see identify.
I think there is a bit of technical hitch. We thank you very much for your elaborate presentation. We have really learned something from it, and we are looking forward for future engagement. So for the rest of the members, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for being patient throughout the presentation. Now we are breaking for lunch, and you can see we are really behind schedule. So try and take the shortest time possible. If you can take your lunch in 10 minutes, the better. And then we meet here at exactly 2:30. Please, at exactly 2:30, let us all be assembled here. Thank you.
An exercise. Yeah, it's an exercise I normally do with the young kids, yeah, in the Sunday school and in the lower level. And I did it the other day at Kibera. So let's rise up. Let's rise up. Let's rise up. Good. Let's rise up. Awesome. Stretch a bit. Stretch a bit. Make sure you have enough space. Stretch a bit. Stretch a bit. Awesome. Simple questions. What is 1 plus 1? 1 plus 1? 2 plus 2? 4 plus 4? 8 plus 8? 16 plus 16? 32 plus 32? 64 plus 64? 128 plus 128? 256 plus 256? You're in university. 256 plus 256? 512. 512 plus 512? Yeah, that one is easy, 1024. I know if I go further than that, it will be trouble. All right, we want to do the same mathematics using our body, okay? Okay? So this is how we are going to do it. So when I say 1 plus 1, all of us will do like this. Say 1, I put the plus side plus, 1 is equals 2. Hapo, sieke chini. Hapo. I want to see who is not raising the hand. All of you want to get saved. Say, Lord Jesus. Oh. Okay, we are here. So 2 plus 2. Okay, so we say 2 plus 2 is equals 4. Draw that 4. Don't move. Up. We are all there. Where? Draw a 4. Where? Yeah. Young man from Cooperative University. I can see you. So 4 plus 4. Yeah. So 8. 8 will be like this. Eh? So let's go. 4 plus 4. Let's go. 4 plus 4 is equals. Draw an 8. 8. Nice. Yeah. Mama Ngina University, you are doing very well. Give her up for Mama Ngina University. Awesome. 8 plus 8. This is how you're going to do 16. 16, you're going to jump once and then you do the 6. Sasa. Let's go 8 plus 8. Let's go 8 plus is equals 16. Awesome. Hi. Desta University. Wonderful, wonderful. So we are going to 32. 32 is 3 and 2. Okay, let's go 16 plus 16. 16 is equals 32. Eh? Wengine wanafanya tu hivi. It's like a marionette. Eh? 64. 64 is 6 and then the 4, okay? Let's go for 32. 32. 30. I can see who are not concentrating. Okay, we finish with 128. Okay, 64 plus 64. 60. Is equals. Give a clap to yourself, wonderful people. That's awesome. Let's have our seats. So, welcome to the afternoon session. So, the afternoon session, we are going to welcome one of our speakers from Argentina, who is going to give an overview of what happened at the breakout sessions. So let's put our hands together as we welcome Professor Candelaria Ferreira. Let's give Professor a hand clap. Yeah, sure.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you. Happy to see you. Energetic. Thank you for the movement. Yeah, I'm happy it wasn't the belly dance, because when he said after breakfast, I was worried. Okay. How are you? Good? New insights, reflecting on the morning and thinking on what we are doing and the new thoughts that are arising after our conversations, our great panelists. Anything you would like to share before we start? One word? No? Okay, I think there's a lot going on, right? I know that the 3 sessions have been quite enriching. There was a lot of dialogue and exchange. So I believe that's still inside moving some thoughts, maybe feelings, maybe reflections. So I would like to start going back to the definition of service learning. We've heard Maria Rosa this morning presenting on service learning, the key elements of this pedagogical proposal and how those can help us link the missions of the university into comprehensive proposals that the university can develop to achieve a better world. And what we have heard, touching minds was not, where is it? I think it's somewhere here, no. Teaching minds, touching hearts, transforming lives. Thank you for that. So service learning is a way to achieve that. If we go back to the 3 key elements, do you remember which those were? Which was the first one? Come on. Starts with S. Solidarity service. Thank you very much. So all service learning proposals have to have a solidarity service component, which means that the university opens up to go out to the community, but also to receive the community inside, right? It's a double way. Could be both, could be one. That depends on the possibilities that the university have. Or maybe it's a journey. Maybe it starts going out because that's the possibility. Maybe then it opens up. Maybe then it becomes a community center. Who knows? That's the first component. The second one. Sorry? Thank you, Moses. Students' active involvement. And I would say leadership. We have seen the ladder, right? So the students are the leaders. They are not just listening, or they are not just developing what the teachers or researchers or university administrators are proposing, but it's students, the ones that bring the proposals or contribute to the proposals with their own minds and think how the proposals can be developed. Great. So students' leadership. And I have to say that I'm really, really happy to see so many students here. Not only because I see you sitting, I've been talking to you in the break during lunch. I've seen you on stage. And I really think this is what we want to hear, what we need to hear, because you are pushing us to transform what we are doing. You're moving us to see how comfortable we are in our comfort zones. So thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing us your insights and to helping us see things differently. The third component. Sorry? No, that wasn't. Learning, thank you very much. So this requires quite some reflection, and we can continue talking about this. Because we think of learning, we heard about the curricula, we heard about skills, we heard about competencies, and there's also the disciplinary component attached to it. So service learning is a pedagogical proposal. It's a way in which we can approach knowledge, be it in the classroom, be it in the community, be it during doing research, be it during community service. So the learning component is not something that just happens. It can happen, but we need to reflect on that we think we are learning to see if that is right. Maybe it's a prejudice. Maybe that is related to a theory. Maybe we were not so right. Maybe if I talk of what I think I learned or what I learned with someone else, that may change. And we need the community for that. So the community is the co-constructor. We are not learning inside the university. We are not learning only with books. Yes, we are, but also in reality. So unfortunately, I didn't bring my other two versions. I left my clones at home. Flying from Argentina, 3 versions of me was very expensive. So I was in only one of the 3 sessions, and I had my colleagues in the other 2. So we participated in 3 sessions during the morning. I've heard that, as I said before, there was quite some dialogue. And I just wanted to go back to the definition of service learning so that we continue thinking on the panels, the presentations, and our exchanges during these days to try to see what we are doing, what we are thinking, what we are doing research on, or the experiences that we are doing are related to those 3 key components. We've heard presentations that are related to religion, to spirituality, to ethnic practices that respect the ethnic perception of the creation in different places in Africa, in India, in South America, and we can see how all those are connected. So the concept of interconnectedness appeared, and co-creation as well. We have heard about technology and how technology, when it's not properly used or well taken advantage of, can lead to unwanted situations, and what we can do to overcome the criticism or our passive positions in which we see really wrong and bad situations happening, but only looking at them as if it was television. But service learning is the possibility in which we can transform, for example, technology use, and teach our future professionals and leaders to have this consciousness of what they do later and even today can bring better possibilities to our communities, to us. And let me have a look at my notes. I hope I'm on time. I'm sorry it took me longer than I expected. And of course, vulnerability situations. Again, we are confronted to worrying situations. This is not the kind of world we want to live in, and that's why probably we are all here today. So let's stop making concerning issues invisible in our classes, in our research, in our exchanges. Let's bring these uncomfortable situations in our talks, and let's think together what we can do. There are many students here, again. Our students are very worried about what is happening. What is the kind of world we teachers, we researchers, we university administrators are living our younger generations today? They are very worried. So should we? So again, Alejandra in the panel in the morning was sharing her experience as a teacher. I was asking this question, what are we doing? I will leave you with this question, what are we doing? And what can we do? I believe service learning is a possibility. Probably there are many others. And when I think of this, I go back to the 3 key elements. It's kind of a philosophy of life. We're not going to retire from this. I invite you to continue listening to our panelists, listening to the people that are here in the coffee breaks, in the panels, after we go home, to continue together thinking and enhancing this possibility of transforming the world the way it is, bringing our spirituality in action. We are here, it is our chance. Then it will no longer be possible. So let's take the possibilities that we have. And last but not least, there's here Uniservitate, we are in social media. So if you take pictures and you upload them to your social media, you can tag Uniservitate Africa Hub, and so that also the people that are following this movement can see that we are here today discussing these issues, and we continue in making our network broader, and we can continue these conversations for other regions and enrich each other. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Candelera. Let's give her another round of applause, please. I'm also informed KCA University is in the house, Karibuni Sana, and Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology. Well, we want to get right to our first panel discussion. I'd like at this moment to call upon the moderator for the panel discussion on dignity of creation, and that is Brother Dr. Bernard Luare-Kera. Welcome. Let's appreciate him. I was to read your bio, but you will give us a brief about yourself. Karibu sana. Next, I would like to welcome, by the way, Brother Bernard is from the University of Kisubi in Uganda. I want to welcome Dr. Lester Mpolokeng, who is also a faculty member at Northwest University in South Africa. Welcome, Dr. Lester, or Mr. Lester, thank you. Also on stage to join us is Dr. Alice Nzagi. Alice Nzagi is an MA Program Leader, School of Arts and Social Sciences. Welcome. And then we have Father Dr. Patrick Akpada, who is the Director, Institute of Spiritual and Religious Formation. Welcome, Father. So I know some of your bios are quite long, but I'll request that each and every one of you will introduce yourself and your background for a few seconds before the moderator kicks off the conversation. Welcome, Brother Luare-Kera.
Thank you very much, our MC for this afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm glad that we are converging again this afternoon to continue our reflection, powerful reflections on an important theme of today. And a a theme that I consider to be, in a special way, very important this afternoon, the one we are discussing on the dignity of creation. But first of all, the MC has advised that I'll introduce myself, and I want to pick my introduction from part of the experience we had during the breakout sessions. I was in the session precisely on the dignity of creation. And one of the presenters was narrating to us how the Kikuyu culture interacts with the environment and with nature. And I found that fascinating because it spoke to my heart. That's what my name means. My name is Luwerekera. It's a name that I'm so conscious about because until I learned that many people find it so difficult to pronounce it or to write it, I take it very carefully. And about 5 years ago, I learned what it really means because it is a name that ties me to nature. The name is the spirit of my clan. And like in all African cultures, the spirit doesn't exist in abstraction. It is an embodiment. So the spirit of my clan was, I don't know whether it still is, but used to be embodied in a leopard. And that spirit was believed to accompany my ancestors. So my name means the spirit that accompanies my ancestors. And because it was embodied in a phenomenon that is called a leopard, that leopard had a specific place where it lived. And the members of my clan knew where it lived. So they could never touch that particular phenomenon. It was in form of a small forest somewhere. The people who know my culture better have told me that that small forest, I think a part of it still survives somewhere. And I'm planning one day to go and visit and see where my ancestor Luwerekera lives. But that's my name, Luwerekera Bernard. As I've been introduced, I come from the University of Kisubi in Uganda, and I'm delighted to interact with these great people before us here. And I think quickly I can allow them a minute for each to introduce themselves quickly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bennett. My name is Lester Mbolokeng. I come from the Northwest University in South Africa. I am based in the office of the Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for community engagement. And part of my responsibility is also the stakeholder relations. I've worked in finance as an accountant in my previous life and also in the library. I do interact a lot with stakeholders, government, private sectors, the traditional leaders, amongst others.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Dr. Alice Nzangi. I'm a lecturer here in Tangaza University College, based in IYS, that is Institute of Youth Studies, and the program leader for the Masters of Arts in Counseling Psychology program. I'm a clinical psychologist. Yes, I can stop there first.
Good afternoon, all. I am Patrick Epada. I'm a lecturer here in Tangaza. I work in the Institute of Spirituality and Religious Formation as the director of the institute. Thank you.
Most welcome, our panelists, and I will start off, first of all, maybe to give a quick highlight of this session. We are talking about service learning. And as I was reflecting on our theme for this afternoon, the theme on the dignity of creation, I was wondering if we didn't have creation, then what service learning would we be talking about? For what purpose are we supposed even to know about service learning? Why do we need service learning? But when we talk about the dignity of creation, what does it exactly mean? How many of us really do understand what it is? What is our relationship with all of us? Do we even understand that relationship? And if we don't, how are we going even to understand the relationship we have with the small insect that we tread every day? The forest where the spirit of my clan lives. The waterlands that we have decided to fill with soil so that we can construct on them. The water bodies that are the source of our food. The animals that we have chosen to call wild because we think that we are superior to them. And maybe we depend on them more than they depend on us. How do we look at those creatures that do not speak our language, that speak a different language that is perhaps deeper than the words that we can use? This is the kind of reflection that we want to do today. We are the enemies of ourselves because we are part of that creation. And we have heard a lot about biodiversity. We have heard a lot about ecosystems that have fallen apart because of our greed and because of our insensitivity. Thanks to Tangaza University College for calling us here today. And thanks to CLICE and to Unicevitate for organizing this conference, so that we can talk about the things perhaps we find difficult to talk about, or perhaps those things we have talked about and we leave them just the way we've talked about them. The global crisis on the environment is a real threat to all of us. And unless we find a reason to do something, we are all going to succumb as victims. Perhaps we will find answers during our interaction. Not to find solutions, but perhaps to engage, to begin engaging. And that's the message I think we have received since this morning when we gathered here. And service learning will lead us towards achieving that goal. So I turn my eyes to our panelists, and I want to invite you, our dear panelists, this afternoon, so that you can share with us the difficult questions, perhaps to which you don't have answers, but for which you can stimulate us to think, and all of us can arrive at those answers. And I wanted to begin with the lady in the house, and during the breakup session, which I attended on the dignity of creation, you had your counterparts that made a powerful presentation. and they were talking about ecofeminism theology. And they talked about wonderful things, but one of the things that they talked about and impacted me powerfully was that when creation is disturbed, as it has been disturbed, the first victim is the woman. Tell us, why do you think that the woman is very central to this whole architecture that is called creation? And how do you relate that woman to the dignity of creation?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for that question, moderator. Yeah, we had the presentation, and I concur with them. In most cases, women are among those who are so much affected when the ecosystem is disturbed. And you asked me why I think so, or why I think what they said holds some water. They also gave examples of specifically the Kikuyu culture, and picking on that is the African culture, or is an example of African culture. And here in Africa, the women are seen to be the nurturers. And if you're nurturing, it means you are putting together the components of nurturing. And one of the components is food, and providing the food when it's ready. Even if the man will bring the animal which he has killed after hunting, we don't eat it like that most communities. It will be cooked. And it is the woman who is going to cook. And therefore, another component is that there has to be water. So when it is disturbed, where is the water? She'll have difficulties in getting the water. And in general, she'll have difficulties in putting together the components which actually define her role in the family and define her role in the community. And therefore, she cannot execute her duties well. And to some extent, there comes a demand that she does so. So she is disturbed. And as a clinical psychologist, I'm asking a question. So where is her mental state? When she's disturbed, there is not enough water to bring out her role well, the expected, and the one possibly she enjoys, and it is also demanded. We are talking about stress. We are talking about the woman finding herself in a very stressful condition. And I'm just echoing the words of Tangaza University students, President Emeritus there. The question he asked about mental health, and this is very central when we are talking about service learning. Where do we put that person? So with that, I'll just ask ourselves, when we disturb the environment, where is the woman left? And looking at her mental status, is she in a position to take care of the roles which are demanded of her or which she enjoys doing, especially just picking on one, nurturing, whereby she is very central with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice, for that powerful answer. And I think that helps us to appreciate that we have a starting point, that if the woman becomes a victim of the vagaries of nature and creation, we can't have human life because she's the beginning point. And the presenters during that discussion also emphasized the integrality of the approach to creation conservation, because they didn't separate. Okay, there was no distinction between the different roles or the different entities within the architecture. And I think that comes back to the integrality of the creation as it was understood in the cultural sense. And that brings me to my other panelist, that is Father Patrick. The other issue that came up powerfully was the dualism that came, at least in the context of the African civilization, where, first of all, you had the woman categorically distinguished from the man, which is gender-wise okay, but very importantly, where the body got alienated from the soul or the spirit. And then emphasis is put on the spirit or the soul, because the one that is perceived to have that eternity, eternal existence, and the body dies away. And that became a basis for an approach where Christianity perceived creation, the rest of creation, as a means of survival, sustaining this vehicle in which the soul is kept, so that the soul is integral, is kept untouched until it is able to reach some point. I want to ask you, do you think that that kind of approach, that kind of teaching is partly responsible for the disintegration that we're experiencing in creation today?
Thank you very much for your question. I think maybe dualism you are talking about, I don't know whether it is particularly a teaching of Africa, because I know in philosophy there will be people who will be talking of dualism. There is a concept called Manichaeanism, which has to do also with dualism. And that was part of what St. Augustine faced in his own life. And in that regard, if it is transported again to Africa, I am not very sure whether it is just enough to just conclude that the separation between soul and body in Africa is coming from the idea of dualism. I know for Manichaeanism, in the case of Augustine, was also from Africa, is not a European. There's what we call the sarx in Greek, which means the flesh. The flesh was seen as evil, whereas, on the other hand, it was like what housed the soul. Probably the idea of disited integration is not typically or not purely an African concept. Maybe we borrowed it in a way, because this is coming from the Western philosophy, which was not a typical African philosophy. So yes, it may be responsible. Augustine himself eventually got converted from the idea of dualism. You have where two things coexisted, good, evil, bad, and the rest of them. He eventually got converted through an instrumentality of what one of the bishops. He got even more confused with Faustus, but eventually with the Bishop of Milan, which is Ambrose, he got a resolution through a figurative description of the whole concept. So maybe we need to go back really to Africa and look at ourselves. Do we actually believe in the fact that the soul separates from the body? In my culture, I don't think anybody will believe that the soul is housed by the body, is part and parcel of the human person. That's why sometimes the idea of spirit, mind, are not distinguished together with, so they are almost, in my culture, the same word is more or less used for all of this. So we have disintegration probably because of infiltration of other philosophy and theology that we may have. And I think it is a thing we need to look at again and to ask ourselves, why this disintegration in our own African context?
Thank you very much. And perhaps the answer to that then would lie in the kind of relearning that we have to do. And maybe service learning then provides a window of opportunity for us to relearn that creation is integral, and that whatever we perceive to separate it is actually what we have to undo. And maybe that way then we can have the dignity of creation restored in its fullness, so that as human beings we can see ourselves as integral, that live in cohesion with the rest of creation. That is much appreciated. And I want to turn to my friend here, Lester. Lester from South Africa, where you come from. This is a place, I think, that has advanced a lot more than the rest of us in implementing service learning as a pedagogy. Maybe way before we have started this conversation in our context. And one of the things we had in the earlier session was that learning in institutions of higher education actually has a big role to play in making sure that the purpose for which service learning exists are transmitted to wider scopes. I wanted you to share with us what is your experience of service learning, and what should you think as a region, for example, that is beginning to appreciate the value of service learning. What should we do in concrete terms that we can learn from you?
Thank you very much, Doc. Derek, when he presented, he also asked questions on the roles that the higher education can play in promoting the values and care of the environment. That reminded me of one of the programs that we offer from the University of the program known as the Indigenous Knowledge Systems, where students are taught about nature, the natural trees, the importance of certain plants that can restore one's dignity. During the COVID, there was a serious cry and restrictions, but as Africans, there were plans that we could approach, we could make use of to get healing and restore our dignity within that. Our forefathers were not privileged to enter universities, but they are the graduates of nature. They were taught by their great-fathers, and that knowledge, it's what we also need to take into consideration and teach to our current students, so that we can know what the value is of nature and how best it will benefit by preserving such. This also reminded me of the project we visited yesterday, where implementation of sustainable practices can be introduced to various institutions. Because we visited a recycling plant where we were taught that waste is wealth. I was listening to talk when you, Prof, when you spoke about women struggling to access water, that we have a tendency of littering, throwing plastic all over, which would litter the dams, the rivers, and pollute the water that we're supposed to be drinking in. Now, I was also happy when the owner of the plant, who's also part of Tangaza, said that they'll be introducing a program for recycling, where if we can take the very same plastics, there are so many benefits and wealth that one can use from the very same plastic by clearing the environment first. And there are products that we saw that were made. There's for building, there's the iron sheets that are made from plastic. There are plastic sheets that could be made as a roof. There are fencing poles made from the recycled plastic. Nothing is getting waste. There are containers, your JoJos and the likes, that are also made from recycling plastics. Material used for your greenhouse also emanates from the recycling plastics. So it's very important that we teach the students and ourselves on how best to preserve nature, because it is by preserving nature that we'll be able to get a living out of that. For now, I think I'll end at that point.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lester. And just as you were talking, I got this kind of contrary view, and I totally agree with what you're saying. And I was wondering if it is not the very education system that we're talking about that is actually the failure or causing the failure of a consistent, sustainable protection of creation. And I'm thinking that, so a child goes to school and learns things because of our examination-oriented kind of curriculum, and focuses just entirely on passing the exams, and then the values are not transmitted. Okay, so as soon as this child has a first class or has an A in that particular paper, the learning has taken place, but it is actually not translating. So this student gets an A in environmental protection, gets a first class, and then because the learning was just to pass the exam, he gets his degree and pins it on the wall, and then will be the first person to fill the wetland, because now the focus, the value is money and not anything else. So how do we nuance these things? How do we reconcile? How do we make sure that these values that are transmitted to our students in the school system as we have it actually can be sustained and can be lived and can be practiced? And I think this is the real challenge that service learning is posing to us, because service learning comes to tell us that we are supposed to learn beyond what we need to succeed in terms of grades, but to live every day, because that is about our very survival. That's the powerful message I get out of this. And that takes me back to another point that was raised. Alice, I come back to you. As a lady, you talked about nurturing, and indeed I agree with you that our care for the environment, our care for nature and creation is about how we can live our lives in a manner that we can have enough to make our lives happy and good. And that comes to the question of stewardship. stewardship, that we need to develop an orientation where we see creation as stewards, not as exploiters. And the latter is true this far. I would attribute that to human pride, human greed, human insensitivity, and these are the vices that are failing our stewardship. What practical ways do you think we can be able to address these problems that are about us?
Thank you very much, moderator, for that question. Yeah, when it comes to the care for the environment, I think all of us now, we are aware that we are destroying the world, that we are not, we are affecting the dignity of creation in the negative way, more than in the positive way, if I could say. And not just the creation, the other creation, even the human beings themselves, through many ways. And if I just, maybe I look at dignity defined as inherent worth of individuals, inherent worth of the creation. And in here, as we look at how we achieve service learning, at the banner there, it's written, part of it is faith. And this takes us to the point that we have a creator. And this creator is God. I remember the presenters, they made reference to Genesis. And Genesis chapter 1, it speaks about, I think the third presenter talked about that everything God created, he said it was good. And the first presenters, they made reference. The first one is to be aware that we are destroying it, and destroying it so fast. I'm not in the field whereby now I can give the ears, you know, the ears in these ears will be here, or in this ear will be there. But we are destroying it quite fast. I've lived long enough, but I'm not very old though. There are some rivers I used to see at my place with water. Now they don't have water. They don't have water most part of the year. And when it comes, it's very colored, meaning that it is eroding some place, destroying another place to come destroy it and becoming a mess altogether. And that's not how it should be. So one of them is to be aware. Are we aware? When somebody sits down under a tree to enjoy the shade, and when he's waking up, he cuts it and burns charcoal. Are we aware? When somebody throws the papers, Dr. said, around, are we aware? So the first thing is to be aware that we are destroying. There's a problem. And from there, we can come up with solutions. And I think now that we are talking about dignity of creation, to have the understanding that every creation, including ourselves, has an inherent worth. Ourselves, the worth we want to have, is it that one of staying in a dirty environment, drinking dirty water, whereby we are getting sick every time and then? Are we respecting our dignity? Are we respecting the dignity of the others? And then next, now as you are taking the steps, then we could now talk about where can it be? We practice, we help others practice, and then we go with that. So if we are teaching it, because putting it or bringing it in the education system, and I like that in the morning, there was the question of, are we putting or bringing service learning in the system, in the mainstream education? So bringing it in the mainstream, and I thank God the CBC were told in the morning that it puts that at the center, our DVC designate here, she told us, Professor Jacinta, sorry, that we are also focused on that. Then once we put it there, it is not just what our moderator has said, just learning and leaving it there because I've gotten my first class honors and I've gotten a good job, but we learn, practice, and take it to the community now and allow people also to interact. We were told about solidarity. We are learning together. We get what the community has because they have survived. In psychology, we say, even if somebody has come to you with a lot of problems, he has not died. That is why he has come to see you. So as we go to the community, they have not died. So let us look at what has been working for them this far and hear from them, and they teach us that. I like that what we were told in the morning. We learn together. And then we also bring what we are thinking that it's working, so that all of us now become stewards for the environment and ecosystem, as it were, all of us working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are speaking exactly like a mother, and I think it's important that we can hear that voice from this side. I'm sure that this audience could forget everything. They will not forget your words that you're saying about our call to be stewards. And if we can integrate that into our practices for service learning, perhaps then we shall have a better world. As I wind up, unfortunately, the time is short. I would have wished to hear at least 1 or 2 questions from the audience, unless I get a very special waiver from my handlers. I'm getting a signal here that the time is out, and I have time just, I think, to wind up with my panelists. And by way of concluding, I want to come to you, Father Patrick, and then I'll conclude with Lester here quickly, very quickly. In this time, in a place like this one, where the presence of the Catholic identity and culture is all over for us to see, we can't live without hearing the message that we can get from one of the champions of the dignity of creation of our time. And that is none other than Pope Francis. Father Patrick, what message would you give us drawing from his epoch encyclical, Laudato Si?
I am sure you all know the popular document of Pope Francis, which he issued in 2015. Even before I come to that, I think the Catholic Church, in a way, has always been at the forefront, like my sister said, about bringing this awareness of caring for our creation. In 1891, a document was issued which is called Rerum Novarum on the condition of labor, which deals with people and how they work and how the dignity of every human person. In 1963, another one was issued which said Pacem in Terris, that is peace on earth. And all of this was geared towards the fact that there has not really been peace because there is lack of this idea of caring for one another, taking one another as really, my sister said, that we have an inherent worth. But again, even before that, in 1981, Pope St. John Paul II issued another document which is called Laborem Exercis, on the, call it again, the condition of labor. And it is, again, he brought to our awareness all of the idea how we need to care for the Mother Earth. And finally, with Laudato Si, Laudato, which is actually an Italian word which means praise be. Actually, it comes from praise be the earth, the mother, God, the mother of the earth, which is
Pope Francis, quoting from Francis himself. Francis is one of those who is one of the saints that is popularly known for caring for the earth. And Francis is called the earth, our sister, our mother earth, and all of that. And I think this is where Pope Francis is coming from, that we must not forget we have a responsibility to care for the earth. Our sister was talking about being steward. Unfortunately, being steward has become dominating, which is not supposed to be. We are supposed to care for the earth, care for whatever is created. And you know, the human person is the highest, if you want to call it in the level of creation, you call it the one that has the highest place. But this is why God entrusted it to us. But sometimes what God entrusts to us, we think to think we are now the owner. And I think that is what Pope Francis is more or less saying in Laudato to say, come back to your senses. Come back to the reality. You are not the owner. If the gate man at our gate tells us he's now the owner of this Tangaza, I am sure in the next 2 days we are going to sack the gate man. Probably God is very patient with us. He's not ready to sack us. But we must remember that he has entrusted to us. We are not the owner. We need to care for it. If we don't care for it, we will answer for it. Maybe because of time, I'll leave it there.
Very, very powerful. The word there is responsibility. The care for creation is a responsibility of all of us. Each one in their own way, in the way that they can manage. I see somebody has a burning question, but yeah, I am in the constraint of time. I will not, I'm sorry, I think you can write down the question and address it to whoever you wanted to address it to, and then it will be handled later. I really want to come to our final last panelist, Lester, so that we can hear his conclusion. And a specific question to you, Lester. Sustainable Development Goal number 13 specifically addresses the issue of climate action. And if I'm not mistaken, I think all the nations in the world are signatories to the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030. The report of, that tracks the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal on Climate Action of 2022 reported that very little progress has been made in that regard. And I want to ask you, and as a person who comes from a place also that respects a lot of culture, in what specific ways are the cultural practices, how can they be integrated in the curriculum to ensure that that goal can be sustainable in the education system and also to posterity?
Thank you very much. I think it's important for us to know how nature works or operates. And like you said, I enjoyed what Prof was saying here about learning from each other's, the mothers being the forebearers. When I spoke about the IKS, I spoke about the current generation learning from the previous, where knowledge is being passed on, which would help us to sustain and know how nature operates, what is best for us as in human beings. Because it's only when we approach the Creator and works move towards the Creator that we'll know what the creation plan was for. Why was plants, fish, and animals created, and the use thereof Because normally when you drive a car, a Toyota, and you take it for service, you'll take it to the manufacturer. But if we stray away from the creator itself, it will be very difficult during the time of need for us to cry for help. So it's very important, like Father was saying, to say that we need to understand and humble ourselves and be closer to God, know that we've been created and for a purpose. And if we maintain the purpose that we've been created for, we'll be able to protect the environment and nature as a whole.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to close this session, and I would like very much to thank our panelists. I want to invite you to give them a round of applause in appreciation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for teaching us and sharing with us the wisdom that you bring on this thematic topic of today. I, for one, the message I take home is that the care for the dignity of creation begins with me, and it doesn't end with me. It continues for all these people. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's give them a hand of applause as they go. Thank you very much, Brother Dr. Bernard, Dr. Alice Zagi, Dr. Patrick, Father Akpada, and Mr. Lester. Thank you very much. Yeah. So they've spoken a lot about Laudato Si. I just want to remind you that there is a tent out there for the members of Laudato Si movement here in Tangaza University College. To learn more about the topic on dignity of creation, you can visit that tent. And not forgetting the late Wangari Maathai words, if we don't take care of the environment will always fight back. So let's join hands and take care of our environment. We want to move to the next session, which will take 45 minutes. The session is on protection and safeguarding of children and vulnerable adults. Our moderator is Martin Munyagia, who is an alumni of Tangaza University College. So Martin, welcome as I read your bio. So Martin Munyagia has over 10 years of experience in child protection, community mobilization, project management, and youth ministry in mission, with a major in children and youth studies from Tangaza University College. Martin is also a certified professional mediator from Suluhu Mediation Center and a certified corporate trainer of trainers. Currently, he works as a program manager at Equity Group Foundation, where he oversees the implementation of safeguarding programs aimed at improving the welfare of youth and vulnerable adults within the larger Equity Group Holdings Limited. Martin is highly skilled in communication, moderation, mediation, and leadership, and is a self-motivated individual with strong people skills. Let's give Martin a hand clap. So Martin will be joined by extinguished panelists. We have Dr. Nyanjige Mbembela Mayala, who is the institutional coordinator at Mwenge University, Mwenge University in Tanzania. So Dr. Nyanjige Manyala works for Mwenge Catholic University in the Department of Economic and Business Studies, and currently the coordinators for service learning at the university. She has been widely involved in coordination, development planning, monitoring and evaluation of projects, programs with the African Development Bank in water development projects through the Water Utility Partnership, Africa. In most parts of the continent, she has particularly worked with universities, rural communities, government, development organizations, research organizations, and other stakeholders in Tanzania. She holds a PhD in business management, specializing in investment analysis. She has a master's in business administration and Bachelor of Commerce and Management. She has published in areas of finance, marketing, water utility management, gender and women, livestock investment, decisions in rural Tanzania, and human resource management. Karibu, Dr. Nyanjige. The next panelist is our own sister, Dr. Jacinta Odeng. Sister Odeng is a Kenyan and a member of the congregation of the School of Sisters of Notre Dame, Africa. She is also a psychologist by profession. She is a coordinator of Safeguarding Initiative at Tangaza University College in Nairobi. Upon completion of Diploma in Child Protection at the Center of Child Protection, CCP, of the Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome, she spearheaded the development and implementation of a core course in safeguarding at the School of Theology. Here at Tangaza University College, she remains a resource person in safeguarding for young women and men in formation, clergy, and religious communities in and beyond Africa. Welcome, Dr. Jacinta. We are also joined by Ms. Josephine Naita, who is the head of student affairs at Outreach at Mamangina University College. Josephine Naita is a master's degree holder in advanced child protection and a master of arts in youth and community work, currently serving as the head of student affairs and outreach at Mamangina University College. Josephine plays a vital role in organizing numerous community outreach and service learning opportunities for students. Her commitment to fostering community engagement and providing enriching experiences has greatly contributed to the college mission. Previously, Josephine held leadership position at Tangaza University College, where she served as a program leader for child and youth studies and as a child and vulnerable adults safeguarding officer. So let's put our hands together as we welcome the panel for this session. The panel will take 40 minutes, and when it's 10 minutes to time, we will inform the moderator. So welcome, Martin, and take it over.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for that bio. I didn't expect that you know something about me. And the ladies, karibuni sana to this particular discussion. First, I would like to ask even the team that is seated down there, if you've ever experienced a safeguarding measure. My question will be, when you are a child, and your mother was going to a place.
Okay, just a second. There's one panelist you forgot. Let's welcome Sister Ngina from the Institute of Youth Studies.
Let's give her
Students of Youth Studies, oi! Oi! Sorry for that.
Let's give her a clap since she was forgotten. Huh? All right, thank you very much. So my question goes to everyone. And this is a question that I'll want you to answer that to your friend who is seated next to you. When your mother was going to a place and you're being left alone at home, what measures did she put in place to make sure that she finds you back, when she comes back, she finds you safe and sound and alive? Tell your friend there. You can also be telling your friend here. So, one person to volunteer and say, somebody put your hand up, and what measures were put in place? There are those who are left with their relatives. My panelists, Dr. Nyangire, probably you can tell us what measures were put in place by your parents.
I hope it is working now. I don't know. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. In that kind of a situation, I think the measures that I will put in place, there should be someone that I trust to safeguard whoever is inside the house. But also, there has been evidence that violence and abuse of children is most happening in the houses than out there. In at least the African context, at least in my country, some research has been done. So yes, you might trust that someone can be of help to a child in the house, but cautions must be taken because we do not trust 100% people in the house sometimes.
All right. Now, as an institution leader, just hold that mic there. What are some of the measures that you think institutions need to put in place specifically to safeguard children and vulnerable adults?
Yeah, like in the place I come from, specifically with Mwenge Catholic University, we think that one, there should be policies that guides on how we operate in terms of safeguarding the children and the vulnerable adults. And actually, this policy should be known to people, should be known to the institution and the people in the institutions. But again, they need to train people that vulnerability and child protection comes in many ways. And so, coming from many ways, the training should have a bigger picture of a focus so that people might get to understand exactly what it is to do with the child protection and the vulnerability of adults. Not only that, but also there is a need of vetting and, employing the right people. We are sometimes getting people to work with who have very complicated history, and because they are in need of a job and they have clean certificates, you employ them, but you work with them for some time and they revive whatever bad habits or bad behaviors they had, and as a result they complicate even more the situation. So these are the issues that we need to take care and to be conscious about them.
All right. Thank you very much. So this question next will go to Dr. Jacinta. And just looking at what she has mentioned, mentioning about the procedures and people who have been brought on board, what are some of the policies, guidelines that need to be put in place by institutions to ensure that whoever is coming to work within an institution is well vetted and also ready to work for children and the vulnerable adults within that particular situation?
Thank you very much. I will concur with my partner here for what she has said, that number one, every institution should have a safeguarding policy. And this safeguarding policy should be functional. We realize now that many institutions are running to develop policies, but they never train, as she has recommended. All the policies are usually kept in some cupboard somewhere in the office of the CEO, and they're only used when they're looking for money from the donors, because they know the donors will insist that you have to produce a policy of child protection and vulnerable adults before they can give you money. So that's very unfortunate. In our work now, we go out to train people, not only in institutions where we serve, but we go beyond. We go to church institutions, we go to schools, we ensure that they develop the policies according to the guidelines that ensures that children are protected, as she says, vulnerable adults. Stakeholders are also made accountable. Anybody walking into that institution must also be made accountable to that policy. In terms of recruitment, we insist now that any jobs must be advertised. When the jobs have been advertised, then you let people apply for the job, you do the selection of people who qualify, and you do an interview. In the interviewing process, you must also ensure that these people are safe people who can work with children and vulnerable adults in these institutions. But above all, we also need to set what we call risk assessment measures. Risk assessment measures must be made so that we know that people are protected. For example, just a simple example, ensuring that the institution has security guards that we have functioning cameras that can detect who gets into the compound and what they're doing. I think I may leave it there for somebody else to continue.
All right, thank you very much. Now my next question will be going to Sister Ngena. And Sister Ngena, in your experience, you have had quite a number of years working with the young people, and now as a program leader. What are some of the innovative measures that, and also strategies that have been brought in place, or that can be brought in place, and which ones can you recommend, specifically that are guided to, that are linking towards service learning and the protection of vulnerable adults and children?
We have tried as an institute, having worked in being a person who works in the Institute of Youth Studies, we realized that we are very much engaged with the community activities, reach out programs in schools, in youth centers where we find the young people, and therefore we had to do something at least in terms of seeing how even we can reach out as also providing safety to these people. And one of the things that we did was to start short courses, especially for people that probably would not be able to come to take a full program, but they would come just for short courses that was taking place in 2 levels. You would come for level A, and if really you needed also to continue, you would come for level B. And this would give people skills and the training that they needed as they go out to work with the people. We had people from different organizations coming in, especially organizations that work with children, with young people, with adults also, and they were trained. We had people from Nakuru, from different counties that came in. Josephine was part of our training team, and they did a very good job in that. We found that it wasn't enough just to have the short courses, so we started a certificate in safeguarding. And this is offered also to our own students because they are also engaged in the community work as they go for their practicum, as they go for their other activities, that the outreach programs that they are doing in the program of youth ministry. They are ministering to the youth, to the children, and therefore they also needed these skills and the training that was necessary. So we came up with a certificate in safeguarding. And eventually, because of the importance of having people prepared that would offer quality handling of children and young people, vulnerable adults, as a university, there was also the discussion to start a whole unit on safeguarding, which was done during the time of Josephine. And that also is offered to all. It is a compulsory course to all university students of Tangaza. In theology, she said Jacinta is handling that. In the School of Arts and Social Sciences, it is running for all the students, safeguarding and protection of vulnerable adults, so that as students engage in their practicum, in their internship, or in whatever other activities they are doing in the community, everyone at least is empowered with the skills, the necessary skills they need and the knowledge they need in order to be able to handle children the best way possible, as they also impact and leave the same message in the community where they are working. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Sangena. Josephine, a question for you. You're coming here today to represent a university that is not well known by other people, but there's something that you have brought when we were doing our discussions a few days before, that there's the power of the leaders within the institutions coming up and doing something specifically to synergize whatever they are sharing. So probably maybe you can share with us what are some of the things that the institution leaders, program leaders, organization leaders can come together and share so that to enhance the safeguarding of vulnerable adults together also with children.
Thank you very much for that question. In our discussion, the discussion you are talking about, I mentioned about the power of leaders, power of managers in cascading information about child safeguarding and protection within their institutions.
In most cases, they are the custodian of the resources, and they're the people who are able to use the resources that they have for child safeguarding. However, there is need for proper sensitization and offering opportunity for participation. It is important that we realize, as we talk about child protection, as we were saying earlier, that the society, the institutions have ways in which they do their things. They may not mention it to be child safeguarding or child protection, but the manner in which they conduct their activities clearly tells you that these people are conscious about keeping children safe and ensuring that they are protected in circumstances where an abuse has happened. So the most important thing is to partner. The partnership is one very important thing that is necessary, and the recognition of the power of the people, of the communities, of the institutions in playing a part in safeguarding children. Additionally, it is the importance of recognizing the role of child participation in their own safeguarding. And this, again, you have to go through these leaders of the institutions. Once you go through them, then you engage children, create an awareness about the need for their safety, create an awareness about what is acceptable when done to them and what is not acceptable, create an awareness about their rights. Then it means that that is a community that is moving together, not leaving the child behind. In our African community, in most cases, we think that we can do everything for the children. We look at children as helpless in most cases, and we think it's only adults who can really play a role in ensuring that children are safe. However, it is important for us to recognize the power of children as an agency for their own safeguarding and protection, and ensuring that we involve them in this dialogue, we involve them in this discussion, that they need to be safe. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. When I was asking the question about what did your parent do? I know there's a question that probably is an answer that somebody said they involved my neighbors. Probably the neighbors were also brought on board to keep an eye on your family, isn't it? And I know there was also an issue of a threat that your mother will say, don't cook, isn't it? You'll come and eat me, right? I don't know if that happened even in Europe and Latin America. They will tell you, don't cook, my mother, you'll come and eat your mother, right? But look at the partnership that was coming in, because we were community, we are social beings, and community played a very major role in terms of safeguarding and protection. So, and that was a means of training for us, because even some of the parents here are using that with their children at home. That you're using either a threat, a small threat, or you're using a neighbor to look after your children when you're not in. So on the part of training, Dr. Nyanjike, probably you can tell us what is the role of education and training? What role does it play to promote safeguarding, a safeguarding culture, especially within the service learning programs?
Thank you very much. I think it have a very great role, and the role that it plays into education, connecting to service learning, it is in terms of our students first, but also the community members, to get to know and understand, to identify the risk areas, what are they, and on top of that, when they understand now the risk areas, it is better, it is easier to put the strategies on how to deal with the situations on board. But then I think also in the education systems, and so linking to service learning, it is to do with the reporting procedures. In the African context, a lot of things are happening in our communities, and people are ashamed of reporting the issues, but also with the universities that we teach, both faculty and the students in their own way, sometimes they are afraid to report issues. For example, today we are talking about the sexually transmitted marks, different universities. Sometimes students they are afraid to report those issues. As a result, they fall victim. But again, we know that the faculty also sometimes become vulnerable at that, where female students and sometimes male students, they have their own ways to see that professors, faculty members, they fall into their hands. So in that situation, they are vulnerable at that. These are professors and whoever. So how now are the mechanism of reporting those instances so that they are dealt with on time, and so that the problem becomes not so big as expected. But also, I think in terms of education, it is to do with empowerment. Train, do seminars, make sure people understand the song and they live it, and we are able to solve most of the problems in those perspectives.
All right, that's good. And my question will be also just to everyone here, that what are some of these innovative measures that we use, especially when it comes to reporting of cases? Because I know it's not so easy for a student who has been molested by a lecturer to go just directly to that office and say, lecturer so-and-so did this to me. All right? What are some of the innovative measures within the universities that have been put in place, or are there those that you're proposing to universities?
Yeah, I think that the traditional whistleblowing model still works perfectly, especially in the African context and the universities in Africa. That there should be a way that this information reaches people who can deal with the situation, that can protect the reporter. Yeah. So non-disclosure of whoever reports, a mechanism of how the report may be through the counseling department or units, whatever they call them, or through their associations, the students' association. If there's someone that can be able to pick those things and report it anonymously, that actually this has been happening and we have evidence of students that have been abused. All lecturers also, they might have their own ways of reporting that through their communication systems within the authorities of the organization, that actually they need to be safeguarded against these things. I think that is one model what can be adopted. It is traditional, but it works, and actually things can be reported and being dealt with peacefully.
Right. Mongina, anything that you're doing? Okay, good.
Yes, I agree with Professor on whistleblowing, but I believe also when we empower our students, when we empower everybody to understand what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, there is a possibility that people can come forward. Now, I was participating in a mentorship program for Plan International, where we were mentoring university and college students. But one of the challenges that makes people not even report is that not much is done, even when you report. So when you report, you lose more. So if there is nothing happening within the institutions of higher learning about responding to the challenges that the young people are facing, the students are facing in terms of sexual abuse or any other abuse, that is what is keeping our students away from reporting. So, but an empowered person, a person who knows what is really their rights, what shouldn't happen to them, are people who can come forward and report. So we need to empower people to understand what is acceptable when done to them and what is not acceptable. And the next thing is for institutions to take action, proper action, when such cases are reported. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Josephine. When we look at the universities where we are in currently, what is the population, what is the age population of the students? It's a young population, isn't it? And probably that's the same thing also with the universities outside of Africa. So my question will be, what are some of the technological, like for example, when it's coming to safeguarding and reporting, technology, and these young people who are seated here, I know probably they spoke about that when they're having their session. How can technology come in to support in safeguarding and also to support in how to push service learning programs within the institution where they are? So probably, Dr. Jacinta, you can answer that. Yeah, so my question is, how can technology, and because the biggest population of the students that we have are young people, and all of them here have smartphones. Am I right? You have smartphones? All right, good. Very few of you have the mulikamuis, isn't it? So how can technology be used? One, to report safeguarding issues, as well as push service learning programs to be known and also to be enhanced.
Thank you very much. Before I answer even that, I think we also need to recognize that the digital world is something that also is of concern when it comes to safeguarding. Because a lot of our young people are getting into activities in the digital world that they find themselves really being abused. And I was surprised because we don't take that seriously. But during my training in Rome, I was in a class with several people from different parts of the world. It's like in some other parts of the world, people really understand how these small gadgets, the technology is really contributing to abuse of minors or even vulnerable adults. I think we need to include that awareness in our course descriptions. We need to emphasize so much on the use of technology and its related issues to abuse. But at the same time, we recognize that the gadgets can also be used in a good way to support us also in noting down some of the issues that come with abuses. As it has been mentioned here, there are students also who may not really be willing to report cases of abuse directly, maybe to the Dean of Students or to the Safeguarding Office. But if we have a line that those who do not have the courage to approach us face to face can reach us, then I think it would be important. So what I would encourage here is that for any university to help control or eradicate abuses in the university setups, we also need to have, use technology in allowing students to reach to us in our various offices so that we can respond to their needs. I think that's what I would say.
All right, thank you very much. So in wrapping up, probably I'll be asking each of you just to share with me an experience or a project that you know that has implemented service learning that was focused on protection and safeguarding, and what are some of the things they put in place for them to be successful. So maybe you can start with Sister Ngena as we come this way.
Thank you. Some of the things that we have empowered our students with is really preparing them as they go out for in the activities in the community to be able also to pass and to become ambassadors of safeguarding among the people they are working with. And one of the things that we did especially was to move out to schools, reach out programs in schools that was done by students. Currently, they are carrying out a mentorship program for secondary school students. They have been to several here. They are also moving to Mama Africa. It's one of the projects that we visited yesterday. But they move all the way to Thika, where Mama Africa Secondary School is, in order to go and mentor students who are there in matters of even psychosocial support, especially of those who are more vulnerable among the students. At the same time, also, we have managed to move out to churches, training people, different people that are handling children. Through the program of chaplaincy, we have managed to move to churches and train PMC leaders, especially in the deanery of Nairobi. We have also kind of come up with a program of chaplaincy that is training different chaplains who work especially in secondary schools. We have had forums where we train them on the way, I think it is starting again in June, where they'll be moving to all other counties in Kenya to handle all the chaplains that are handling young people, especially in schools. And this has been a very, very successful witness, if I can say, because we've moved from level 1 and they are asking already to be trained again in level 2. It means that they appreciate very much what is coming out from Tangaza and the preparation that they are receiving and the skills and the empowerment they are receiving from the team of Tangaza in handling better whatever they are doing outside there in the community where they are working. And lastly, we also have started training parents in issues of parenting, how they can be able to handle better their children as they are growing up, the relationships and connections they can have with their children, rather than, because we know some of these things, even safeguarding is also an issue in the house sometimes because of neglect or sometimes lack of support from parents, or even corporal punishment and so on. So we are trying to see also how we can work with parents in working together in parenting, maybe using better way of parenting kids, giving them the psychosocial support sometimes they need because of the issues they are also dealing with, and therefore trying to see what is it that we can work together, parents, those in schools and so on. So at least we can talk of some of the very positive things that are happening as we make use of our own students as they go for their outreach programs in the community, in their practicum, in their internship, and they have created a group of peer mentors, and they move around in different schools in order to see what they can do in the community in kind of mitigating this problem of safeguarding. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Sister Ngena. Daktari?
Thank you very much. In Mwenge Catholic University, one is that we have a functional policy on child protection and vulnerable adults safeguarding, but also in our strategic plan 2022-2026, we have come out with a full area that addresses the issue of child protection, and which is in line with the restructuring process that is going across all universities in Tanzania. Also, currently, as we landmark, as a university in the country only that is trained and have the capacity to teach child protection and safeguarding of the vulnerable adults. So we teach primary and secondary schools, pupils and the teachers. But also we have been invited by the government to teach, to do training to all civil servants in the country, face by face, until and when we reach there. But also we have been invited to be part of the policy development that relates to development, but also protection and safeguarding of the children and vulnerable adults. Currently, also we are working with NGOs. We are invited to train in different groups that they are working with in their different themes of operations. Currently, also our students in sociology, they are working with the communities and propagating and trying to train the communities on the issues of child protection and vulnerable adults. The law students, we have a program in laws. The students have been part of awareness campaign to the Child Protection Act across the country, and their faculty members in the law department. At least that is what we're doing now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Jacinta. What?
I think I need to add something that is very important to us, and we are really emphasizing that in our teaching sometimes, particularly for those students who are in the School of Theology, we also realize that this has been a concern for the church of the abuses among the religious and clergy. The only concern we've had is that we do not have literature in Africa to support what we teach sometimes. And that becomes very difficult for us. You know, you cannot put things that have not been documented sometimes because you can find yourself in trouble. So one of the key things that we are emphasizing now, and we are very happy that Mr. Aken has given us some funding to start working on research. We do our own researches in the area of safeguarding and protection in our parishes across the dioceses in Kenya, in our schools, so that we have documentations that relate to what we are teaching. It's been very, very difficult as a teacher in class when I keep on referring to Europe, America, because those are the materials that we have, the documentations that we have, but we have no documentations in Africa, and yet we know very well that the problem is with us here. And you can see the focus that we are putting together with our students and trying to reach every corner of this country to ensure that every single child feels protected and that vulnerable adults also are protected, and people know the distinction between the two and what it really means to be a vulnerable adult also, and how you can protect yourself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Josephine.
In terms of what we have done, I'll share the glory with these two. And then additionally, where I am, I'm very new, but so far in my docket, which has outreach, we have engaged schools to do a needs assessment on, to establish the support that they would need from us as a university. And a few things were established as some of the child protection issues within that community, which includes drug abuse, early pregnancies, and many other problems. And from that, we have started a mentorship program for for schools, Mama Ngina mentorship program for schools, which as a pilot with 11 schools, 5 primary schools, and 6 secondary schools. Our model is to ensure that the teachers are empowered enough to be able to be the mentors for their students within those schools. Not that these schools were not mentoring their children or the student, but is that in most schools in this country, there is no established structured mentorship programs. That is where you are able to allocate time for mentorship. There is a way you recruit the mentors and also evaluate the progress of mentorship. So that is what we are first working on with the 11 schools. Also, our students are engaging in service learning in different ways, but one of the most spectacular activity that we are doing is our computer science students. And when they learn in class and also go through our university mentorship programs, they have also started mentoring primary schools on computer skills or literacy and also safety online. So this is a program that is going very well with the local primary schools, with our students being mentors to the children in primary schools around where I'm working. So I'm looking forward to doing much more, but I think this will work best with networking and partnership. At the moment, we are still a very new university. We are only 2 years in existence, and barely 2 years in existence. So it is a great opportunity that I will do a few networks today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josephine. And also thank you very much, ladies, for coming in and sharing with us your background and also your perspectives about safeguarding. So can you give them a hearty clap even as they exit the stage? All right, so I'll be releasing them to exit the stage, and as they go down, we'll be asking ourselves, do you want to change the world? Do you want to change the world? So we should start by changing what? Education, all right? So thank you very much. Let's give them a hearty clap even as they exit. Dan, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martin, for that. I'll also request Martin to go and sit close to Moses there, because there are some 2 questions that need to be responded online. There are some 2 questions that have been asked online. One question has been asked by Eugene Kawera. Eugene Kawera is asking, for sexually transmitted marks, can we call the students vulnerable adults, and yet they are able to use their freedom to go where they are and do what they want? Kindly respond to that. And then there is a question from Laudato Si movement. What can you say about those cases, especially young adults, who agree to engage in sexual acts, but accidentally they get pregnant, and then they claim either the lecturer or the person has raped her. Yet they had an agreement before they went that direction. Also respond to that and briefly.
The question is how can the issue of a young person who is in the situation of, they actually call it sex for grades, isn't it? Yeah, sexually transmitted marks. That a scholar or a student who has found themselves in that situation and then they claim that they were raped. Usually, and that is why we are saying that education and training is very key, and awareness creation within the universities. Because one thing that happens is that you might find that they're only trained during the induction process, and you're training them when they are freshers. They are fresh, coming from high school, and they'll sit down and you'll train them. But do we have continuous training? Do we have continuous assessment of even how are they doing, for example? We have 2,000 students here in Tangaza. When was the last time you heard about safeguarding? For example, for the ones who are clearing, who are now almost graduating, right? Because it is something that is supposed to be there. It has to be very consistent, 1. 2, those measures that we are talking about. Because if a student knew that probably this act is going towards me being sexually abused, or me being or this is a process towards this question being asked, whether I can give in for me to get a good grade, then they'll be able to know when to respond, all right? And again, also being, like the students themselves, they know. If I ask these students here, if they know somebody who is a friend of a lecturer, they'll tell me, yes, we know, all right? But do you have the strength to go and tell them, this is wrong? Or you'll be told, maisha ni yangu, washughulika na yako, right? That life, this life is mine, you deal with yours, all right? So it yes calls for that individual, but also calls for a collective responsibility, even as lecturers. Because as a lecturer, you will actually know that so-and-so probably has a funny affair with a student. Your peers, you're sharing the same compound. You're sharing the same desks. You're sharing the same social joints where you go to take a coffee. So you might be knowing what is happening. And that is why we are saying, can we create spaces where we can call them safe spaces in terms of a student can respond, can report a case that I am sensing this will not be the correct action. I see there are two hands here for contribution. Let me give them a mic.
Yeah, mine is just to add on to what brother is telling us. I want us to recognize that in safeguarding, any form of abuse is usually an abuse of power. Always remember an abuse of power by someone who is above another person, usually. So in case of a lecturer having a relationship with a student and having maybe a sexual relationship in order to give that student marks, that lecturer has to realize that that's an abuse of power. And when that gets to us, we are sorry, maybe we've not done a lot of sensitization in this area. If such a student comes to say there was consent, still the lecturer will be answerable for that. He should have known that he needs to demarcate his boundaries very clearly. There is no excuse that there was a consent. You have abused your power over your student. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sister Jacinta. The other thing that is important for us to note is that there is always a code of conduct in our different professions. And when a lecturer gives marks for sex, that is contravening the code of conduct, which is usually sometimes against what is expected of a lecturer in a university or any other institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies, for that support. What was the other question? All right. So I've been signaled that time is up. Thank you so much. Let's give a hearty clap for all the participants.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martin, for that. Students, you've heard, there is no excuse. Sawa sawa. Hata akikuimbia ile wimbo nina pesa kushinda babako, mwambie no. Nawajua. Great. All right. There's one of the panelists who left the phone. One of the panelists who was seated here. You left your phone. Kindly pick it up. So we are going to the next session, and this is the youth session. Yeah, we have the session now for the youth. Okay? So, I would like to welcome the moderator for the session on youth technology and identity in relation to the social teaching of the church, and that is William Kimaya, Faculty School of Arts and Social Sciences. So let's welcome William. Makofi tafadhali, youth, makofi. Then our first panelist is Father Victor Minor, who is the youth chaplain at St. Paul's University Chapel. Let's welcome Father. Yay! Then we have Michael Timona, who is the TUSA president at Tangaza University College. Tupigie Timona makofi. Then we have James Rongocho, from the student, who is a student from the School of Education, and he was also the previous student leader here at Tangaza University College. And before we start, we are privileged today to have the president of the Kenya University Students Organization, the whole country, the president of all the students. I don't know how many universities and colleges are there, but the president, Orezo mwenyewe, he's here. He's called Mr. Saruni Jesse. We'll give you 3 minutes to greet your people. Karibu sana. 3 minutes to greet your people. This is the president of all the students in Kenya.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Sisi kama comrades huwa tunasema comrades power. Comrades power. So my name is Wakili Saruni Jesse. I am the president of all the students in the entire Republic of Kenya. It's a population of around 3.6 million. And the issues of mental health, youth, and identity are issues that are at the core of our agendas. And before I continue, allow me to just introduce my Secretary General and my other leader, the Sec Gen of CASA. Kindly mbio kuja useme jina yako ili adi. This is my Secretary General, is the Sec Gen for the entire Republic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Collins Brown Rotundo, the President Emeritus of the Cooperative University of Kenya, and I'm glad to be with you guys here.
Thank you. My name is Ali Idi Kibue. I am the CASA Secretary General, that is Current Student Association, under this jurisdiction. Thank you so much. Pleased to be here.
Thank you very much. Idi is the Secretary General of the Student Association in the Karen area. And as I was saying, the issues of youth identity are issues that are at the core of our agendas. And some of the things that we try to understand is, as university students, how do we best identify ourselves? And I will say that for us, we want to identify ourselves with the way our Maker made us. The idea that God had when He created all of us, that is what we want to associate ourselves with. There are a lot of influences that are coming from social media, TikTok. We frequent these sites. We see a lot of things. People are acting rich. We are tempted to also act rich, but we want to appreciate our differences because all of us are different. And I think we, as much as we try to understand the objective of what God wanted when He created each and every one of us, if we are able to understand that, at least I'm sure we'll all be well. We'll not be suffering from the external influences and pressures. And because I am a lawyer, allow me to just highlight what the relationship that you touched on. It's called a fiduciary relationship. This is a relationship based on trust, where the teacher becomes the trustee and the student becomes the beneficiary. So whenever a teacher wants to take advantage of this fiduciary relationship, that is misuse of trust. So I won't say much today. I didn't have a speech, and I know when you don't have a speech, you might go overboard, but I want to appreciate Tangaza University for taking initiative to come up with this second service learning conference. And I'm sure we'll continue to engage further. I want to appreciate all our guests from even outside Kenya, taking time to visit our country. We say karibu tena, welcome again, and we really love you. And we are hoping we'll continue interacting more. Thank you very much, comrades wote, for turning up, and let us keep the fire burning. Viva comrade.
Thank you. There is one panelist I wanted to invite, the last one after the president has spoken, and that is Patricia Kamene. Patricia Kamene she has been very, very active in service learning activities here in Uganda, here in Tanzania, or here in Kenya. Hey, nimewashika. I wanted to know whether you're alert. You're here in Kenya, and she's one of our special needs students. Let's give a clap to one Miss Patricia Kamene. Tumpigie makofi mpaka afike kwa kiti. Mpaka afike kwa kiti. Mpaka afike kwa kiti. Makofi, 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 makofi. So thank you. So I'll give it to the moderator. You have 40 minutes. Asante.
All protocols observed. Good evening. Thank you very much, MC, for giving us this chance. And we will be very brief as young people. We just want to share briefly, and then we'll also open up. Now, since morning, we've been talking about service learning, and one thing that I've realized is that most of the time we've been talking about theory, but with practical examples. So fortunately, we are going to share practical because we are talking about young people, and young people are with us here. So they're the one going to give us the insight of this technology and identity in relation to social teachings of the Catholic Church, or rather of the church. So you're lucky that we started with theory and now we are finishing with the practical. So, and there are no better people to take us through than this one. We have one who is the chaplain of the young people in the Archdiocese of Nairobi, and he will be able to answer some of the questions that will be asked on behalf of the church, and then the young people will also be able to answer the questions that relate to them. So, just to start very fast, the reason I'm saying that they are very important is Pope Francis wrote an exhortation called Christus Vivit. And in chapter 3, the topic of chapter 3 says that youth are the now of God. If Pope realizes that there is no any other person that is so close to God than the young people, because without the young people, then we've just finished like the entire generation. So we are lucky to have them. We are, and they are going to share with us. And because we've said it's their time and it's their time to share with us, and we've been given only 40 minutes, so we are going to have a few questions, but later on. First, we are going to ask each and everyone, we are going to give them at least 2 minutes to tell us about themselves, and then they tell us something briefly about youth, technology, and identity in relation to social teachings. Briefly, 2 minutes each. So we start with the Mr. President, the current president. Welcome.
So, all protocols observed, good evening. When we got the topic at first, I took it as a dilemma because it's all round with the things that everything in the agenda of the world centers on. So the overview of it is just that we're talking about how service learning in its fullness in creation and fraternity in higher education. And we're now focusing as youth, technology in relation to social teachings of the church. When this comes to you, the first thing that should hit your mind is that we are the change makers. We are the driving force of the economy. When you look at service learning, it's been described the whole day. This is basically you learning through service. This is you learning through volunteering. This is you learning through doing. And unfortunately, the curriculum that we had before, the 844, was not service learning. It was purely theory, and we had incompetencies. But with the creation of service learning, people are skilled and are building the economy. When we look at the social teachings of the church, they emphasize on the dignity of every human person, their pursuit for justice, and they bring up solidarity for the marginalized in the community. With this, they call for individuals and societies to protect human rights and to protect life for each and everyone as a creation of God. And this rounds up to the common good of existence. Now look at youth and technology. It is well known that we youth are the innovators. We are the ones who create new things, and these new things are being done through technology. If it is not for research, if it is not for expansion of knowledge and adding of knowledge to the existing ones, we will not have innovation. And I believe we as the youth, we are the future for tomorrow, and we are the ones to carry forward our upcoming generations. Now, one thing stands out, the identity. Technology has come with both good and bad. We both agree, but pornography, cyberbullying, and all of this rotates around the identity of an individual, coming from technology. Now, since we're talking about the social teachings of the church reminds the youth to remain to their identity, to stick to their virtues, to use technology for good, to use technology for social innovation, to care for each other, for peace, not to propagate violence. I believe on the screen now you are able to see a chart on how the use of technology and innovations has risen over the years. And I believe in the whole world, there was a spike in 2020, simply because this is the one time that human beings were free to innovate. The youth were free to come up with new interventions to solve problems. This is when we started having online examinations, online classes, working from home, reduced traffic, and many other innovations. So, I believe that service learning should adopt a new slogan, which is to engage, to empower, to engage, and to transform. Because service learning, you need first to empower an individual. Once an individual is empowered, you're able to engage the person through the practical experience. And once the person has all the skills and competencies, he or she is able to transform this society. Without further ado, I believe my contacts are on the screen right now, and I believe we shall be able to engage much further with this topic, even after the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, from his point, if you are taking note, then he has already given the definition of who is a youth. A youth is somebody who is innovative, a youth is somebody who is creative, and a youth is somebody who is energetic. Now, as we continue and defining and giving our input about all this, I'll also like to invite the former president, who is now with us here. So we have two presidents on stage. So let's invite also the former president also to give us insight on the same.
Thank you very much. You know, I wonder why is service learning to the young people, because I feel we do it every single day, without recognizing exactly that's what we give to the society. But to begin with, nothing that comes out of nothing but something should come out of something. You give out what is from deep within. So service learning with us as young people, the youth, in connection with technology, our identity, in collaboration with the Catholic social teachings, it is something important if we put it as the key to our everyday life. To speak a bit of identity, we as young people, nowadays we are looking for ways. You know, the moderator said we are going to speak on the reality and we touch the truth. We are looking for different ways of identifying ourselves. And that's why we get ourselves into difficult situations of life. For example, I want to identify myself with my friend whose family is a bit capable than mine. And in that, it brings a conflict, because I need something that my family cannot provide. I want to identify myself with the things that I may not be able to get at the right time. Looking to get into some things that I may not be able to suffice my life every single day. I want to get money in a very quick way, so how could I get it? I enter into prostitution, as when we are getting a sugar mommy, a sugar daddy, so that I can be able to support myself and feel good with those who have money. I want to get a good car that will help me to move around and enjoy life with friends. But how could I get it? And then to cults. This is a reality, so that I can be able to get this in a quicker way. Identity. What are you identifying yourself with? Where are you basing your identity? The Catholic social teachings tells us, I identify myself the way my brother said, with my Creator first. Why am I who am I today? It's because my Creator wanted me to be who I am today. And my being, my existence, is not by mistake, but He knows why am I there at the very specific time I'm here. And then in connection with technology, is when I ask myself a question, how do I want to use technology? Technology can be used positively, and it brings positive impacts, and the youth, we know that. In our research papers, in our assignments that we do in school, we are using technology. So beautiful. But how far do I use the technology in a way that helps to promote sanity and morality in the society? We'll discuss more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President has explained more on the realities of youth, the challenges that we are facing on a daily life, and especially when it comes to technology. And so we invite Father Victor. He's going to talk first as a young person. As you can see, he's a young person. He's also part of the youth. And also he's also going to talk on behalf, for the youth, because he's also the chaplain of the youth.
Good evening. Good evening, guys. All protocols observed. I probably would want to give a story that when I was thinking about this topic, I remembered I was on vacation I think 2 years ago, visiting my sister, and on one of the evenings, my brother-in-law comes downstairs. I think one of the speakers in the breakout sessions for the youth, a sister who did a really, really, really nice presentation, told us of how families are separated, where you have, see now the issues of technology. So you have like 4 screens in a household, and the parents are watching one, children are watching another, and and others are on their phones. So we have 2 screens in their house, and one is on the first floor, and then now the rest of us were on the ground floor. Their firstborn, he's called Kamau, was watching TV and playing on his PS on the first floor of the home. So my brother-in-law goes up, and then we hear a conversation, then he comes back down. And then he tells us that he found Kamau sort of talking to himself. So he asked him, Kamau, are you talking to yourself? And then Kamau is like, no, I was talking to Alexa. Alexa is Amazon's voice service. It's like Siri. It's like Siri for iPhone. So you talk and it responds. You know that you can say, Siri, when you look at my bank account, what can I afford? And it says there's a meme about it. So Kamau says, I was talking to Alexa. We were having a conversation with Alexa, which is a gadget. The father-in-law does not even know how to use that gadget, let alone that it is in his house. And then he tells the boy that I just came to remind you that before you go to sleep, you have to take out the trash. So as he turns to leave, he hears Kamau say, Alexa, remind me to take out the trash in an hour. And Alexa says, noted. This is technology. We hear, whenever you hear somebody who is old, the older among us, about how their life, how they always mention that when they were youth, or their youthful years, form the foundation of who they are now. If you talking in class with our lecturers, I'm a student here in Tangaza, and you will hear them tell us about how their history have made them who they are. I'm sure the professors also here will tell us how their youthful years were foundational to who they are right now. And identity is about, and especially the young people, it's about who are we? Where are we coming from? Where are we going? If I should marry, why should I marry? If I'm to become a nun, why should I wear a veil? If I'm to become a priest, why should I wear a cassock? Why should I do this or that? You know, there's a lot of questioning in identity formation, and it requires critical thinking. And technology, in its broadness, not just in the form of social media. Recently, in one of the schools in Nairobi, a young boy of grade 8, 13 years, came to school with a gun. Came to school with a gun and was, you know, that's technology also. And it's more and more available even in our country. So the service learning and the youth and technology and our identity, and then care for our planet. I want to finish with a quote says that the young sometimes are too ignorant to be scared. Sometimes are too ignorant to be scared. We are treading where angels would tread, playing with things that are more fire than fire. But then also, the young are too young to be awed. Too young to be awed. We take for granted some things that we ordinarily enjoy. There's my friend who says he can eat anything. The only thing he cannot eat is metal. And you take it for granted that you can eat anything and everything anytime and still sleep well. That you can just, if we say right now, stand up. As a young person, we'll just stand up. But we are too young to be awed by these small things that we enjoy without knowing. But the older people, they have known better. They have, and with service learning and with formation, then we can be wise enough to know and still to be awed by the things that we enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Victor, for that insights and also for the story. Now, to the only lady we have in this panel, we invite Ms. Patricia also to share with us on technology and identity.
Good evening. I have a lot of energy than you guys. What's up? Okay, I use technology identity in relation to the teaching of the church and service learning. Do allow me to be a little bit selfish. I want to bring the aspect of disability because I feel I can explain more about it. You know, technology and the teaching of the church, you know, has benefited people with disability a lot. And today I'm here because of technology and also the teaching of the church and also service learning for helping me to identify myself, you know, who am I? What do I have? My capabilities and abilities as a person with disability. Look at the church, the teaching of the church about loving one another, you know, that aspect of inclusivity. And it has come to technology part of it, you know, whereby as a person with visual impairment, I'm able to use a phone, a smartphone to be precise, interact with everyone, people in the outside world, use a laptop, get information, be in class with students without any kind of disability. I'm not using a braille machine or a braille book. You see? Very inclusive, very inclusive. Let's go to the aspect of, you know, ethic concern. You know, the church is there to protect everyone against any harm. And you know, technology comes with so many disadvantages, you know, cyberbullying and everything. Also, the church is like a government because it has come up with policies and it has that opportunity because it has to protect these people. We people with disability are very vulnerable and most of us are not aware of the danger. But due to church being there and teaching us, you know, this is happening and you have to be very careful. Somehow we're safe, though not 100%. But we are aware of the insecurity that comes with technology in terms of education and empowerment. Knowledge is a tool for people with disability, and we really need it. And the church has offered that. Come to technology, the same. That's why I'm able even to go and do a research on something. If I'm very spiritual down, I can go and read a Bible verse, you know, and my spirit is uplifted. Accessibility. I'm able to access information. And this has been offered by the technology. And also the church has facilitated because the church is not leaving anyone behind. Despite of your physical appearance, your abilities and capabilities, the church is very inclusive. So, I love technology as a young person and as a person with disability, and also the teaching of the church. So, I'm proud of this technology age. There's no turning back. We have to move forward because we are included as people with disability. Looking forward to interact more with you people.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, and I believe you've all heard that English is awesome. So we are talking about social teachings, but where do we get these social teachings from? Now, there are 4 sources where we get social teachings from. One is from the Bible, tradition, reasons, and experience. And now, my first question goes to Father Victor. Pope Francis has written an exhortation called Amoris Laetitia, the joy of love. And he is warning parents that the gadgets that young people are having, how they use this gadget. But again, he is specifically saying that the parent doesn't know who the young people are inviting in their bedrooms or in their rooms. That is through technology. Now, further, how can the church effectively engage with the young people in context of technology and identity formation, considering the opportunities and challenges presented by digital platform and social media? We focus much on opportunities and challenges.
Thank you, moderator, for the very interesting question. And even from that document where the Pope is addressing not just parents, really just everybody who is involved with the young, to be conscious not just of the dangers or the opportunities that the social media provides for the young, but even for themselves. As early as 2016, we've had parents being sued by their children because they posted their images online. A study was done, and on an average, the modern children are having about 200 pictures posted. I'm forgotten in a span of how long, but within a significant portion of their life, they have about 1,000 of their photos online. So somebody can steal their identity, can be able to access a lot of their private informations. So the church, I would say a lot is being done, and much more can be done, and I know many here would even have suggestions of what can be done. I know in the morning it was suggested that the church is slow to accept technology because as one of those documents, the compendium for the Catholic social teaching indicates that the accessibility of the use of biology and technology is only a part of an ethical problem, as with every human behavior. And so it is necessary to evaluate accurately the real benefits as well as the possible consequences in terms of effect in the risks involved and blessings. I think one of some ways that I would recommend first is the creation of Christian content. And the church is doing a lot on that. Especially the Western world, the American church, has a lot of Christian content. As Patricia said, if you go online, you'll see a lot, almost any of these documents, church documents. Just do a search of Laudato Si. Do a search of the compendium for the social teachings. Do a search of some of the documents that Father Patrick introduced to us earlier, Rerum, Novarum, and others. You'll see a lot of content on that. And even in our country, there is quite a good bit of effort to create Christian content and to provide it online. Number two is to give informed responses. Hello? Hello, guys? At the end of the day, we are the church. And I have been very happy nowadays to see attacks on human dignity and some teachings of the church. And you see some members of the church, lay people, commenting and saying, that is not right. That is not appropriate. We can, as a church, respond by being Christian, not just in word, but also in deed. There is one of our lecturers, I take some courses in counseling psychology. And in some of the classes, when there is a lot of debate and there is conflict, and the students, mind you, they are doing counseling. And there is a lot of noise and, nobody's listening to the other. And the lecturer asks us, if at all you guys who are doing counseling psychology cannot be patient for somebody to talk and another one to listen, imagine the world outside there. Being not just Christians or learners in word, but also in deed. Even in our responses, our online presence, our way of responding to the things that, instead of remaining quiet, to respond to some of the things that we may see are not good. To some of our theme, part of the theme of this conference is care of creation. Whenever we find creation not being taken care of, to do the thing that our formation requires of us. Then the next one, probably I would say, is there's a lot of publications that the church has done. Maybe something that I thought I would give as a last input is maybe in sacramental formation. When we are doing formation for parents whose children are being baptized, we can form them about how technology can be used to grow, to help their learners in some of the safeguarding and skills that we've had, but also on the dangers. Maybe also in sacrament of matrimony, as we prepare couples for marriage, they can be prepared on some of the dangers of technology to their marital union. It can be added. And maybe in all our courses, it can be required that whenever somebody does a unit in a university like this, they be required to apply technology in reference to that particular course. So whatever it is, like for example, we had a lecturer, she was here just now, Josephine. She taught us something on sociology. And then she asked us, on the research each person has done, to do an online application of the same. So that was good service learning. It helped us to use technology to reach out to others with what we have learned. I think I'll end with that response.
Thank you very much, Father. Now to Ms. Patricia, very first, briefly, maybe you can help us answer this question. In a society where technology has the power to isolate individuals, how can the church teachings inspire young people to use technology as means of fostering inclusivity, dialogue, and understanding among diverse groups?
There's a saying that lead by example, or actions speak louder than words. You cannot preach water, yet you're taking wine. So the church or the religion itself, it has to be at the front line. You know, sharing people or the young people, this is the way we are supposed to do. You know, we have this kind of a person here, and we are unable to assist him or her because of the kind of a disability that this person has. You know, we are very bright. We have brains. And engaging these young people to solve a problem, identifying a gap or a problem in society and solving it, you know, it brings people closer. I remember the time that, because Braille is quite hectic and it's quite bulky, you know, reading Bible was a problem for me. And we're like, I was so tired. And once I went to my, priest, and I told him, you know me, I want to read the Bible, yes, but, you know, the one I'm having is quite hectic because you have to have different variants. You know, if it's low, you have to have volume 1, volume 2, and volume 3. So he was like, how can we have this young girl? So he had to engage other people, you know, the youth, and like, okay, maybe an audio Bible can do. So the audio Bible is there. It was broad, and the problem was solved. So, like, engaging the young people on issues involving, that involve the PWDs, it brings those people together. Even they are able to know these people are normal, you know, they are okay, you know, they are like other people. Whatever they have, it's so many barriers that limits them in achieving or living a normal life. And trying to remove these barriers, they can live a normal life like other people. Yep.
Thank you very much. Now, because of time, I'll ask Brother James briefly to help us understand this question, and maybe if you have an answer you can give, but you can briefly help us to understand. The digital world, the rapid advancement of technology has raised ethical questions surrounding issues such as privacy, artificial intelligence, and the impact on marginalized communities. How can the church social teachings provide guidance for youth to approach these ethical dilemmas and make informed decisions?
Thank you very much. You know, In the present world where we're living, technology is everything and we can't run away from it. It is the reality. But the question is, how do I use technology, either in public or in private? And you've had the question of privacy. Technology can help me to grow into my moral values if I can be able to answer the question Father said, who am I in terms of identity? What do I want? How can I get this I want? You know, when you answer these questions, you are in the process of trying to figure out how will you live a life that is not going to be a burdensome to the other person and also even to yourself. There is a saying that is saying that, you know, you can try to figure out yourself. In the process of getting yourself, you will lose yourself in terms of identity. Therefore, the choice of the using of technology, I take it to be personal, because I cannot be able to know what my brother, my President Mona, is doing in private with his gadget. Father cannot know what I'm doing alone in my room with my gadget. But when we are out here, we are good people, and you know, we are religious, and we are happy. Father sees me, sees a happy young man. But in private things I do, Father doesn't know. That's exactly even at home what our young people do in their rooms, in their private where they are in their private rooms without the knowledge of the parents or the elders. And the question is, now we are young people who are growing in the midst of technology. How are we choosing to use technology responsibly? That's when we can answer the question of morals that have evaded at the moment as we are speaking. Because people will enter into technology, everything is there, pornography is there to watch. You heard people can have sex online. And this is something that is there, is real. People date online. You are connected, but you are alone. You are a lonely ranger, but you think you are connected. So to bring the sanity into the community so that you can be able to be real people is to choose wisely how we use technology. How do we use our phones in private? That is the only answer to the young people in terms of getting to understand yourself and moving out, because you can't give out what you don't have, my brothers and sisters. You can't give out what you don't have. What you portray out is what is from within. Even if you hide for 10 years, it will come out. So you give out what you have. And what you should have is what you do in private. It should be something that leads you into a good and moral life.
Thank you very much, brother. That's an awesome answer to young people. You cannot run away from your own shadow. So if you know that you are misusing technology, then it will also misuse you. If you use it rightly, then you will benefit. Now, to our president, as a student leader, what are some of practical strategies or programs that you have been involved in or witness which effectively address the impact of technology on youth identity while aligning with the social teachings of the church? And probably maybe you've not done it all. What else can you do on top of what you've done?
So thank you very much for that question. This takes me back to last year, October. I was approached by a sister by the name Sister Leonida Katunge on a project coming from Rome on the synodal encounter. Now you understand that this time the Pope was a bit unwell. COVID factors were still there. And think about the distance. I'm in Nairobi, Kenya. Sister is in Uganda. The other time she's in Congo. The other time she's in Nigeria. And with this, we were able to come up with a team that represented Kenya on the African region. I believe in the presentations and in the competition, Tangaza University was number 2 in Africa, after Nigeria. And all of this was through technology. Frankly speaking, I believe technology is the best thing. Do you know why? Timelines will make you not sleep. You're communicating to someone in the USA who is 8 hours apart from you. That means you have to set an alarm for 1 a.m. for a meeting for someone who is already in midday. And things have to happen. Things can't sleep. And the funny thing about all this thing is, with that whole committee, with that whole team, we have never met physically. That's the power of technology. Interestingly, let me take you back to 2020, when my brother James here was the president. That's when service learning was quite new here in Tangaza. We didn't understand what service learning is. Frankly speaking, we didn't understand. But Dr. Judith always told us, what you're doing, you're already learning in service. At that point, you're in a dilemma. What does she mean I'm learning in service? But the more we get to engage in these international conferences, through YouTube, all you need is data. And Tangaza is lucky enough we have free Wi-Fi. That means you have access to the internet, you have access to opportunities. Now, let me scale this down to an individual. Identity is the most important thing for yourself. If you want to be a leader, if you want to be a parent, if you want to be someone's child, identity is the most important thing. And it is all rooted from your culture. I want to quote Christus Vivit, chapter 6, the young and the roots. This states that we need to connect to our elders. With the access to information, with the access to technology, everything is there. How is your identity shaping you? How is your identity making you be innovative? When we think there's doom, when we think there's no near future, let your identity be your pillar. And this is a free advice for anyone in this room on how for best to relate with the social teachings of the church. Remember your culture, remember your elders, remember where you come from. So thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm very sure, or rather, during the break, we were discussing with Father Victor, and I was telling him that most of the time, young people are always AOB, any other business. They are not prioritized. And not only by the society, but even by the young people themselves. I'm very sure if Dr. Pete stood there and said that Tangaza, we were in a competition and then we became number 2. Everybody would have appreciated Tangaza by clapping to Tangaza. But again, Mr. President has said that Tangaza became number 2 in Africa. I don't know if you missed it or we just say it's okay, it's okay. So, I I've been told that my time is up, so I'll just give, because young people are very obedient, let's see. 30 seconds each, you say your parting shot, and then 30 seconds each. Maybe further you can hand over microphone to Miss Patricia to start, 30 seconds, and then...
Okay, 30 seconds, oh my goodness. Technology is here to stay. And every now and then it's being advanced. So it's all about us to take that responsibility of knowing how to use it appropriately. And the moment we are advancing the technology, please don't leave PWDs away or aside. We have to be included. So, and another thing, please people, identity is the most important thing, and know yourself. Nobody should put you down. See you next time.
Thank you. So just three things. The first is to appreciate the Creator and to appreciate everyone whom He has used or she has used to make me as I am, and for this opportunity to be in this panel. To appreciate the moderator, the organizers, and those who have spoken before me for the wonderful inputs. Number two, above all in technology, to recognize that the young, they lack. Technology is designed to be addictive. It is designed to keep you coming and coming and coming. And the young people lack the self-control necessary not to get into addiction. So it offers more of a risk unless there is very good controls. Otherwise we shall lose an entire generation and many, many. And then the last thing, I want to read a quote. It is from the compendium of the social teaching of the Catholic Church. Man and woman, then, must never forget that his capacity to develop and transform himself or anything else, and in a certain sense to create the world, is always based on the Creator's prior original gift of the things that are. He must not make arbitrary use of the earth, subjecting it without restraint to his will, as though it did not have its own requisite and prayer Creator-given purposes, which man indeed, though he develops, must not betray. Thank you.
For me, I would like to appreciate so much the opportunity to talk as a young person in terms of the issues of technology that is really making us look like robots or puppets of it. So my urge is to all the student leaders across the country who managed to be here today. I appreciate you so much. And through Saruni and your council, I request that you coordinate with Dr. Judith Pete and Peter so that we take service learning to other universities. So when we are going to deal with the issues of the young people and deal with the issue of mental health that we have always talked about in our meetings and panels. Thank you very much. May God bless us all.
Thank you. So mine will be to remark that I believe once you're a youth and you get yourself in this stage, there are two things in your mind. You're either experiencing freedom or experiencing confusion. It's a matter of who you are. There's peer pressure. There's so many distractions, but I'm going to circle onto one thing: identity. Who are you? What do you stand for? What are your values? And I just want to echo to the service learning team. I thank God that the professors are here. Kindly let's adopt the slogan for engagement and transformation. If you don't engage us, the youth, we are confused. If you don't engage us, the youth, we are free. And when we don't have anything productive to do, and we all know an idle's mind is the devil's. An idle's mind is the devil's. You guys. An idle mind is the devil's. So that means service learning team, we are giving you an assignment, please. Kindly engage us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to these great people for the good insight. And as we wind up, I'll just like to remind each and every one of you that technology, just the way Ms. Patricia said, that it is here to stay. And I know most of the time we usually, or other people condemn young people, how they misuse technology and all that. Mark you, they are condemning people who are more advanced in technology than them. So it is time that we embrace technology and then we embrace each one and then we correct with love. Young people, they just have a problem, they are not the problem. So the problem that they have, let us correct them with love. Now, as young people, we are going to, I know in 3 minutes, we are going to do an activity. Can we count 1 to 50 in 3 minutes? Hello, can we count 1 to 50 in 3 minutes? Okay, so because we've been sitting for a while, so we all stand, including my panel here. So we are going to count 1, 2, 3, up to 50 in 3 minutes. Now, the trick here is that any number that is divisible by 3, you clap, you don't mention it. Any number that is divisible by 3 within 1 to 50, any number that you know that is divisible by 3? 9. Okay, so don't mention 9. Another number? 6. So don't mention 6. So with all that, all those numbers, so even them, I know they know. So we see. We start 1. You're not counting, you people. We count loudly and then we don't, if it is 3, don't count 3, you clap once. We go. We are counting like nursery. 1, 2, 1, 2. So I want us to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So no, I'm giving examples. So where there is number that is divisible by 3, don't. We start 1, 1. That one is easy. You're counting, you're jumping 3. The numbers that are divisible by 7. We start 1 to 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Awesome. Let's give the youth a hand clap, please. When they say youth have strength, they are very strong. We really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've come to the end of our session today. As we were talking about technology, if you have the program, behind there is somewhere you can scan, where you can give us feedback about today's session. Behind the program, there is where you can scan, you can give us the response, how the day was, and we'll appreciate that. We also want to thank, with a grateful heart, our online viewers. These guys have followed us since morning. So our online viewers, we really appreciate you. And we've gotten some comments from our online viewer. There is one called Victor Mutie. Victor Mutie is saying, this was an insightful engagement. Let's give Victor a hands group. Thank you. There's also another online person who has given us a comment. He's saying, what a wonderful session and quite educative. So we really thank our online viewers. Remember, tomorrow we are here from 8:30. We'll really appreciate to see you tomorrow. We have wonderful sessions that we'll be discussing. Okay, so tomorrow, make sure you're here at 8:30. The program will start exactly at 9. And to finish up, I want to thank everybody who has been engaged today. Thank you for the technical team. You guys, you are doing a wonderful job. Asanteni sana. We thank our rapporteurs. Those guys have been, they've been writing whatever things, the sessions that were going here. Thank you, our rapporteurs. We thank everybody who was engaged in planning for this activity. Thank you very much. Thank you to the university management, our lecturers, faculty, students, tunawapenda sana, and all the institutes represented.
I want to specially recognize the president of Catholic University of East Africa, the student leader. Salimia watu, wasalimie sana. This is the student leader for the Catholic University of East Africa. Thank you very much, sir, and I hope to see you tomorrow with your team. Can we all stand up? Can you hold your neighbor's hand? We talk about solidarity, pamoja, eh? Harambe. I know Professor Tapia loves, we pull together, harambe. Yeah? I want us to say the words of the grace. Tell your neighbor the words of the grace. Okay? And before that, I'm told there's something here. Oh, yeah. Oh, I nearly forgot to thank. This event has been streamed live the whole day by the Capuchin TV. Can we give a clap? Can we give a clap to Capuchin? Capuchin, we really thank you. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for being with us. Tunawapenda sana, tunashukuru. Thank you. Hold your neighbor's hand. Awesome. Yeah, look at your neighbor. Tell your neighbor the words of the grace. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. See you tomorrow. Journey mercies and God bless you. I was your host, Daniel Mwangi, together with Nicholas Ochieng. Thank you. DJ.